Committee on February the 23rd. I'm Councillor Jane Dunn and I'll be chairing today's meeting. I'm just going to introduce the panel as they came into the meeting to me. First of all, I have Peter. He's muted.
Sorry about that. I'm Councillor Peter Price, member for Shire Green Brightside.
Thank you. Tony.
Hello, I'm Tony Dams and I'm Councillor for Southerley.
Roger.
Hello, I'm Roger Davison and I'm Councillor for Ecclesall. Thank you.
Andrew.
Hello, I'm Andrew Sanger. I'm Councillor for Forward Ward.
Peter G.
Hi, my name is Peter Garbett. I'm Councillor for Nether Edge and Sharrow.
Gary.
Councillor Gary Weatherall for Shire Green Brightside, Chair.
Diane.
Good afternoon, Chair. My name's Diane Hurst. I'm a member for Richmond Ward.
Bob.
Councillor Bob McCann, member for Brayton Ward.
Jack.
Afternoon, everybody. Councillor Jack Clarkson, Councillor for Stocksbridge in the Upper Don.
Jim.
Good afternoon, Councillor Jim Stanky for Nether Edge and Sharrow.
Thank you. Zahira.
Good afternoon, Councillor Zahira Naz for the Darnell Ward.
Yeah, you sounds really faint, Zahira, but we think we got that. Mike.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mike Chaplin. I'm Councillor for Southey Ward.
Lovely, thank you. So this is the committee. As I said, I'm Councillor Jane Dunn and I'm the co-chair, and I'm also Councillor for Southey Ward. I'm going to hand over to Abby for some housekeeping arrangements. Thank you, Abby.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for logging on to this Zoom video conference of the Planning Committee. I'm Abby Brownsall, the Democratic Services Officer for this meeting, and I'm assisted by my colleague, Jay Bell, who is the host of the virtual meeting. This meeting is a public meeting and in alignment with new regulations which permit meetings to be held by remote means will be live streamed for the public to view. To make the meeting run as smoothly as possible, can I please ask that participants in the virtual meeting room leave your microphone on mute when you are not speaking. When you want to speak, please raise your hand to the camera. Only unmute when the chair indicates you can speak. Public speakers are permitted and the meeting host will bring speakers into the virtual meeting room at the appropriate time. Once you have spoken for the allotted time, the host will then return you to the virtual public gallery. Members should all have received and have access to the agenda, officer presentation and supplementary report. If you have not, please indicate so during the members' introductions. Can everybody ensure that all mobile phones and similar devices are switched to silent? If at any time any member loses the ability to hear or be heard, they must alert the chair or host as soon as possible. You may see members looking to the left and right of their screens. This is because they may be looking at an additional screen or device containing the agenda papers, not because they are distracted. As members and officers are mainly working from their own homes, you may hear distant sounds of children, pets, or household noises from other rooms. At the end of each item, a vote will be taken by the committee and the applicant will receive a decision notice in the usual manner. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Apologies for absence, Abby, please.
Thank you, Chair. I've had apologies from Councillor Alan Law and Councillor Rosalind Josephs, and I've got Councillor Gary Weatherall and Mike Chaplin acting as substitutes.
Thank you both of you for filling in today. It's much appreciated. Item 3 on the agenda, exclusion of the press and public.
There's no items to be excluded, Chair.
Okay, item 4 is declarations of interest. I was copied into some correspondence on item 7E, which I passed on to the relevant officers. I've also received a supplementary email evidence on items 7B and 7C, which was also copied into other members of the committee. Could members of the committee confirm they have done the same and they've read the supplementary by a show of hands, please? Thank you very much. Okay, responses to the points for the supplementary have been covered in the officer's report, which was sent out before committee. Could committee also indicate by a show of hands that they have received the supplementary from the officers? Thank you very much. Thank you. That's great. Thank you. It's just really important for the public to understand that. Right. Okay. So item 5 is minutes of the previous meeting.
Sorry, Chair. Sorry, Chair. Declarations of interest.
Oh, so sorry. Yes.
So I've got two chairs. So it's in terms of they're personal interests as a ward councillor. So 7B makes reference to the Enclave Conservation Area, which is largely in Forward Ward. So although the site is just in Broomhill and Sharrow Vale, it's clearly very close to Forward Ward. But I've not expressed an opinion, so I feel able to vote. And then 7D, as a Forward Ward councillor, clearly 7D is in Forward. I have been. I have received representation, but I've passed that on, and I've not expressed an opinion on the matter before today.
Thank you. Yeah, apologies everybody, my long rambling. I forgot this bit. Councillor Clarkson, I've seen you, Councillor Garbutt.
Thank you, Chair. Make a declaration of interest in the Woodroyd Road development application. I am the local ward councillor for Stocksbridge and Upper Don. Like Councillor Sanger, although I've an interest in it, I've made no decision as yet, and will be making, obviously, listening to what's said and then making a final.
Thank you, Councillor Clarkson. Councillor Garbutt?
Yes, on the I think it's the last one on the list, which is to do with the item on St Mary's Road. I noticed when I was reading through the things that the Green Party has put in a statement. I wasn't involved in creating that statement or anything like that. I just found out just by reading the the information. So I haven't made my mind up yet. I will listen and ask questions accordingly.
Thank you. Victoria, I think that's fine, isn't it? Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for your, thank you, Councillor Garbutt. Right, before anybody else, no? Yeah. Brilliant, that's great, lovely. Okay, we can now move on to the minutes of the previous meeting. Okay, it's on page 9 to 14 on your agenda if you want to get those up. Okay, I'll take it a page at a time. Okay, so page 9, page 10, page 11, page 12, 13, and 14. So I think we can take those as a true and accurate reflection of the meeting. Okay, all those in agreement, just show hands. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll move on to item 6, which is the tree preservation order number 439, land Storesbridge Lane, Loxley, Sheffield. Okay, I'm going to hand over to Jack Foxall. If you'd like to go ahead, Jack, if you have a presentation.
Just a brief few words, really. The detail is in the report. Just to make a couple of corrections, I'm afraid. Apologies for this. I just need to correct a couple of dates. So the report states in paragraph 3.1 that a response was issued to Patrick Properties regarding their objection to the tree preservation order on the 12th of February. That response was actually issued by Legal Services on the 16th of February, not the 12th. And there is one more correction, and many thanks to Councillor Garbutt for pointing this one out. The report says that the tree preservation order was served on the 6th of October 2021. That's in paragraph 2.1 on page 16. The order was actually served on 6th of October 2020, last year.
Okay. Any comment from from legal on that? Is that all? No, that's absolutely fine. Go ahead then, Jack, with the rest of.
So the order was served because trees were found to be a foreseeable threat of removal due to an outline residential application submitted last year that was refused by the council. On inspection, the trees were found to be of significant amenity value to the local area. Those two factors meant that it was expedient to serve a tree preservation order. One objection was received to the order. Unfortunately, this was outside the statutory consultation period that's set out in the tree preservation order regulations. So the council is under no obligation to consider that objection. However, legal services felt it would be beneficial to respond to the objection in any case and deal with the points raised, which we did. The TPO was found to still be justified. So in summary, I would recommend that the TPO is confirmed.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your thorough report and for your brevity right now. Okay, any questions from anybody on the committee on this? Any comment? It's quite bright today. It's a little bit difficult. Any comments? No? Okay, so we go to the vote on this. Okay. So was that correct? I'm just double checking. It's quite a while since I had one of these. We used to have them every single week. Okay. Councillor Peter Price. Voting for the recommendation, which is, just 1 second, I'll read that out just to make sure. The recommendation is for the tree preservation order number 439 to be confirmed.
4, Chair.
4, yeah. Okay. Tony?
4, Chair.
Roger?
4, Chair.
Andrew?
4, Chair.
Peter?
4, Chair.
Gary?
4, Chair.
Diane?
4, Chair.
Bob?
4, Chair.
Jack?
Chair.
Jim?
4, Chair.
Zahira?
4, Chair.
And Mike?
4, Chair.
Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's I make that 12-4, so that's unanimous. Thank you very much, and I get a gold star for being able to add up today. That's a good start. Okay, thank you very much, Jack. I think that's you finished for today, isn't it? That's lovely. Okay, you may leave the room. And we'll move on to the main part of the agenda. Well, virtual room, but he knows what I mean. Okay, item 7A. And this is Dinah who's presenting this. So the application number 19/03890/OUT, formerly PP 082333859. It's an outline planning application. The proposal we're considering is with all matters reserved except for access for the partial demolition of dwelling houses, formation of vehicular access point and provision of open space, landscape buffer and amended description. The location is 9 to 11 Woodroyd Road, Sheffield S36 2TA. I'm going to hand over to Dinah for her presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I will share the screen.
Okay, lovely.
Okay. So this is the application site outlined in red, and as you can see, it extends to the east of Woodroyd Road in Deepcar. This is Woodroyd Road here. The site comprises of the Woodroyd farm buildings, which are in this location here, and the adjoining fields. The western part of the site, over here, approximately 40% of the site is designated as a housing area in the Unitary Development Plan, while the remaining 60% is designated as open space. This is a photograph at the top of the page taken from the existing site access. This is the access here, Woodroyd Road. here is looking back at Woodroyd Road, and you can see the farmhouse on the right hand side and part of the adjoining barn adjacent to it. The photograph at the bottom of the screen is taken from the site entrance. You can just see one of the gateposts here. It's looking south along Woodroyd Road. You can see the neighbouring property here and just the end of a row of terrace cottages on the left-hand side here. And on the right of the screen, you can see the junction of Woodroyd Road with Armitage Road. This is a view taken from the same entrance, but looking north along Woodroyd Road. And you can see the farmhouse on the right. The end of the farmhouse here is the section that would be removed to improve visibility. The photograph at the bottom of the page is taken from the junction of Woodroyd Road with Armitage Road, and it's looking back at the farmhouse and the barn, and there's the existing access to the site. Here's another view of the existing access at the top of the page, taken from the opposite side of Woodroyd Road. And again, on the left, you can see the end of the farmhouse and the adjoining barn. The photograph at the bottom of the page is taken just beyond this gate. So as you've gone into the site, and these are two of the outbuildings that will be removed. Now, a key feature of this site is its topography, and beyond the relatively level section adjacent to Woodroyd Road, the site falls steeply to the north, east and south. Now, this is a view looking northeast. This is the boundary here. The boundary then takes a sort of makes a 90-degree angle to the left, and in the background you can see a further boundary. The site at the bottom of the page, as you on the photograph at the bottom of the page, is taken as you're sort of panning around and looking east across the site. The picture at the top of the page is as if you've walked down towards the bottom of the site and you're now looking back up towards the southern boundary. Here, this is an example of one of the stone walls that crosses the site. And then panning around and going a little bit further up into the site, you're looking back onto Woodroyd Road and the outbuildings and then the farmhouse, or the gable of the barn here. And these are two closer views of the southern boundary of the site, trees along the site boundary. This, just beyond the trees, is part of the large commercial site that adjoins the application site to the south. And then as you move up the southern boundary, you reach the edge of the local wildlife site here, and you're back up to the rear of properties onto Woodroyd Road. So as previously described, this is an outline application. Outline consent is sought for up to 41 houses, with all matters reserved except for access. So the existing access would be widened in this location here. In this indicative plan, you can see the proposed access. You can see Woodroyd Farm, an example of a linear farmstead dating from the 18th century. The farmhouse isn't listed, but it has been altered and extended. It's not listed and it has been altered and extended, but it is still of some architectural and historic interest. And the scheme was amended during the process so that farmstead is now retained. Though, as I said before, the end portion of it will be removed to facilitate the proposed access. Along with a design guide, this indicative layout provides a steer for how the site could be developed. The accompanying design guide states that both the houses and boundary walls would be constructed from local stone. You can see in this slide that the layout includes a green central corridor and a wooded margin along the eastern boundary. as well as a 15-metre buffer zone to protect the Fox Glen Wood local wildlife site. Part of these, the wooded margin and the central green space are in areas that aren't suitable for housing because of the topography. And in these sections, you can see the level changes across the site. The proposed site access is indicated on these drawings here. It's overlaid over the existing ordnance survey plan. So this is the existing farmhouse and the existing access, but the proposed access would be 5.5 metres in width with 1.8 metre wide footways provided to either side. Now, I think these following aerial views are quite helpful in understanding the site. This first view is looking east. You can see the farmstead here, Woodroyd Road running along the bottom of the screen. You can see the existing access at this point here, the outbuildings, and the land beyond falling away to the north, the east, and the south. You can see the local wildlife site here on the right-hand side, and you can see the large commercial site just next to that. And this is Carr Road running in the top right of the screen. And this is a view looking west with Woodroyd Road at the top of the screen here. Here's the outbuildings. Here's the farmstead. Here's the site. You can see Carr Road on the left. Here's the commercial site here. The wildlife area here. And Clough Dyke, members may know, is a river which runs along the southern boundary. It's outside the application site. And the report to committee makes reference to two culverted sections of the dike, and I can point those out to you now. The first culverted section starts in these woods here, just to the west of this playground area. So the river goes underground at this point up here, and the culvert goes past the site, and it emerges to the east of the site in this wooded area, sort of in the just below the centre of the screen. And then the dike or the river is above ground for a short distance, and then it goes underground again, just east of Frank Hillock Field, so in this area here, and it emerges north of Manchester Road, which is the main road through Stocksbridge. You can see that here. That's how close we are to Manchester Road. You can, running down the right-hand side of the screen. In addition to those aerial views, I think it's just worth highlighting a few more points in the committee report, remembering that part of the site, this area at this end of the site, lies in a housing area. And though it's classed as greenfield, policy CS24 allows 12% of housing completions to be on greenfield sites. And we pointed out that policies that seek to prevent the use of greenfield sites for housing are not fully up to date with the NPPF. The NPPF promotes the development of brownfield land, but it doesn't preclude the development of greenfield sites. I think whilst it's clearly a site valued by local residents, it comprises of low-grade agricultural land that is not part of an agricultural holding. It's not publicly accessible, and so it can't be used for recreation or sport by people living nearby. The site therefore fails to meet the purpose of open space areas as defined in the NPPF, and as well as categories of open space defined in the core strategy. And for these reasons, it's considered that protection of the site as open space can't be justified when assessed against current government policy. And finally, can I draw members' attention, please, to the supplementary report? And that's item 1 on the supplementary. And that's to say we received 1 additional neighbour objection, but there were no comments with that. And we received further comments from Sheffield and Rotherham Wildlife Trust. Their initial objection on site allocation and supporting policies remains. They felt that the level of bat survey was inadequate, even though the farmhouse is now being retained. Then it's not clear to them if the barn was checked for evidence of barn owls. They say that the inclusion of 15-metre buffer to Fox Glen Wood should be conditioned, and as should a hydrological assessment of the potential impacts on the ancient woodland. And they say that an ecologically sensitive lighting plan should be conditioned, and they were disappointed with the approach to net biodiversity gain. And then finally, there were revisions to 2 planning conditions. One is condition 4 on the list of approved plans, and that's just an updated layout plan, an updated revision. And then condition 19, which was the ecological condition, which has been amended partly in response to comments received from the Sheffield and Rotherham Wildlife Trust, and now includes a number of measures that they suggested should be included, including details of the provision and specification of opportunities to allow the passage of hedgehogs through the site, details of an ecologically sensitive lighting plan, details of the 15-metre buffer to Fox Glen, and the hydrological assessment. Thank you, Chair. I'll stop sharing.
Lovely. Thank you, Dinah, for that. Okay, we have a number of speakers on this item, and I'm going to bring in, we've got 6 speakers against the application. The first person I have down is a Julie or a Paul Brearley. I understand Julie may be still in work, so Paul was going to fill in. Could we bring Julie in? Oh, it's Julie. Welcome, Julie.
Hello.
Right, you have welcome to committee. And you have 5 minutes. I will stop you just 15 seconds before to wind up, okay?
Okay.
So, are you ready?
Yeah.
Go
Thank
ahead.
you. Hi, my name's Julie Brearley, a resident of Woodroyd Road, and I'm presenting Life on Woodroyd Road. I start by taking you on a couple of journeys along the road in the vicinity of the proposed development. Journey 1. I approach from Carr Road and turn right onto Woodroyd Road, travelling north. Passing Fox Glen and Armitage Road, the road ahead falls away steeply downhill and slightly to the left. I can't see if another vehicle is coming up the hill. With solid parked cars on my left, if I meet another vehicle, I will have to reverse back to Armitage Road, as there is nowhere else to pull in safely. Journey 2. I drive up the hill from Haywood Lane, travelling south along Woodroyd Road. I cannot see the road ahead due to the steep hill, bending to the right and rising up to a brow. There are solid parked cars to my right. I have to keep going and hope I don't meet anything. If I do, I hope they're not travelling too fast and can reverse out of the way. These are the everyday experiences of road users in the immediate area of the proposed site access. The planning application and supporting reports paint the picture of a quiet country road used by little traffic. However, they do not illustrate the reality of incidents, near misses, and safety issues. Woodroyd Road is one of the main link roads between Deepcar and Stocksbridge and is notorious to local drivers. Traffic meeting and reversing is a daily occurrence. A resident survey shows that this is a well-used road. See the appendix supplied. There have been many incidents not reflected in personal injury data. Residents have had damage to their cars, including having cars written off whilst parked outside their houses due to vehicles having to pull in along this narrow stretch of road. Many incidents are caused by there being nowhere for residents to park other than the road. A few residents have driveway access, but there are many houses on the west side that do not and have multiple vehicles to park. There is already competition when it comes to parking outside your own home. Emergency services often have no other option than to block the road. There are many elderly and vulnerable residents who need to be able to park outside their homes. Despite centerline markings on part of the road, it is essentially a single track road due to the parked vehicles. This quickly drops away down a steep blind hill and bend. Many road users drive below the speed limit due to the unpredictability of meeting oncoming traffic. However, there are frequently drivers who exceed it and therefore many near misses. Another major concern is lack of pavements and pedestrian safety on the east side of Woodroyd Road. To the south of the proposed junction, residents put themselves at risk daily as they cross the road to the pavement on the west. The perceived pavement immediately to the north of the proposed junction is used by residents to park their cars. Pedestrians leaving the proposed site would be forced to cross the road at the new junction. When you consider all the incidents and safety issues, you can only conclude that additional traffic from a new junction would have an extremely negative impact on road users and pedestrians. Vehicles meeting and having to reverse, the narrowness of available road due to already saturated neighbourhood parking, the blind steep brow of the hill, close proximity to the hazardous junction with Armitage Road, lack of pavements and street lighting on the east side, the volume and speed of vehicles. Although there is no direct access to the site, the open space is enjoyed by people and wildlife. We have enjoyed seeing bats, hedgehogs and foxes coming across the road from the farm. I would ask that the planning committee refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Julie. Okay, the next speaker we have is Councillor Francine Johnson. If we could bring Francine into the room, please. Welcome, Francine.
Hello.
Okay. Hello. Welcome. You've got 5 minutes. Are you ready?
Yeah.
I will give you a bit of a warning. Okay. Just a minute. Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Thanks. So I'm a local councillor for Stocksbridge and Upper Darn, and I'm going to talk about my experience of flooding in this area. So flooding is causing significant damage across the UK, and we all know that climate change is increasing the frequency of extreme weather. The combination of an increase in extreme weather and the destruction of natural habitats puts us at ever greater risk of flooding. And the costs of this to wildlife, communities, businesses and local authorities are enormous. The National Planning Policy Framework states that the current and future impacts of climate change must be taken into account when considering development. Flood risk management is increasingly looking to natural flood management solutions to provide the best way to deal with this increasing risk. Habitats such as grasslands, woodlands effectively act as giant sponges which slow the flow of water, reducing flood risk downstream. And the land of this site, grassland with bordering woodlands, represents precisely this, a giant sponge. And it's also an area of great natural beauty, which is hugely valued by local residents. Whilst this site has been classified as low flood risk itself, it is surrounded by areas of medium and high flood risk, and the value of this site as a natural runoff soakaway cannot be overestimated. The National Planning Policy Framework states that cumulative impacts in areas susceptible to flooding must be taken into account when considering development, and there is no evidence that the cumulative impacts have been fully considered in the documents attached to this application. Indeed, the drainage strategy all but acknowledges this when it states that further investigations are needed to understand the drainage value of the soil and the ways in which development would inevitably change the course of runoff water. Local residents and local councillors are very aware of the many and regular issues with water and flooding in this area due to the topography of the valley, high prevalence of natural springs and regular runoff floods. In mid-January, a matter of weeks ago, a generator was situated metres away from the proposed site on Woodroyd Road, pumping water away to prevent flooding to nearby properties. Only 1 year ago, the cottages bordering this site flooded, and one of the residents has only recently been able to return to the property after an absence of a year. In November 2019, a number of properties on Hayward Lane, immediately downstream of this site, flooded. Attached to the briefing paper sent is a video and a photo which clearly show the extent of runoff water where the vehicle access to this site is proposed and over the site itself. The question is, where will the water go if this site is developed? These current plans and the related documents do not offer any answers to this question. Granting permission for this site with such important and high-risk factors unaddressed would be unwise. Added to these issues of surface runoff is the presence of nearby and on-site culverts which have been referenced. The culvert carries runoff from the fields at Hollinbusk into Fox Glen, then goes under Woodroyd Road, joining another culvert near the site. The point where the culvert goes under the Woodroyd playground, it is very deep, minus 20 metres. At this point, it regularly blocks and floods. This is an ongoing issue that the Environment Agency and local councillors are aware of. Due to the massive costs involved in rectifying this, no lasting solution is available until in 6 years' time. Instead, it is currently monitored by Amy, who bring in a pump when it's nearing a breach. Clearly, this is not a sustainable solution. However, it is the only one available at present and for the foreseeable future. Flooding in this area is already a major problem, and local drainage solutions are already well beyond capacity, with regular emergency solutions brought in to deal with the problems. Added further pressures will. I urge you to consider the cumulative impacts of flooding and the future impacts of climate change and reject this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. Next speaker we have is Lisa Baines. If we could bring Lisa into the room, please. Welcome Lisa to committee. You have 5 minutes. I will come in 15 seconds before just to help you wind up if you need that time. Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm a local volunteer in the area, and I'm going to talk a little bit about the ecological impacts. The area of land that the applicant wishes to build 42 houses on is a steeply sloping greenfield site consisting of small fields divided by old dried stone walls and positioned next to Fox Glen, which is a designated local wildlife site. The glen is abundant in flora and fauna. The site is part of a green corridor dividing Stocksbridge and Deepcar, which stretches from Hollinbusk through the upper part of Fox Glen and down to the valley bottom. Not only does it provide a visual divide between the built-up areas of Stocksbridge and Deepcar, but it provides an especially important link for wildlife between the valley bottom and the open countryside beyond Hollinbusk. To build 42 houses with associated roads, hard parking areas and fences on this very steep greenfield site would no longer provide an accessible corridor for wildlife, nor a visual amenity for local residents. If this site is ultimately developed, it is important that it incorporates trees and other natural flood defences that would both preserve and increase the existing wildlife with support from the Still Valley Project and others. It would increase the opportunities for local volunteers to become involved in environmental projects, which is especially important at this time, where there is a widely recognised need to provide opportunities to improve both mental health and fitness. The Sheffield Coal Strategy Policy CS72 protecting countryside not in the green belt, states, the green, open and rural character of areas on the edge of the built-up areas, but not in the green belt, will be safeguarded through protection as open countryside. Holland Busk is referred to as such an area in this document. Now, as the area at Woodroyd is part of the Green Corridor linked with Holland Busk, it seems that the supporting statement is also appropriate to both sites. 12.8 reads, the land at Holland Busk is a large and integral part of the countryside south of Stocksbridge, prominent in local views and providing an important visual break between the settlements of Stocksbridge and Deepcar. The Sheffield Core Strategy Policy CS33, Jobs and Housing in Stocksbridge Deepcar, states that new housing will be limited to previously developed land within the urban area. Opportunities will be taken as they arise to improve the environment of Stocksbridge District Centre and to enable its improvement and expansion when land becomes available. Local residents have reported seeing bats, hedgehogs and barn owls around the fields, farmhouse and outbuildings. These creatures are all protected by law as endangered species. Residents have reported seeing bats over many summers emerging from an area near to a circular window at the east end of the farmhouse. A preliminary ecological appraisal report has been completed, but Dr. Rivers of the Sheffield and Rotherham Wildlife Trust states in her concerns that the survey linked with this report was not carried out appropriately as recommended by the Bat Conservation Trust. Therefore, the bat roost was missed. Only one surveyor was attempting to monitor the complex of buildings instead of a number of surveyors, and this does need to be done over several days at dawn and dusk in summer. The dry stone walls in the Woodroyd fields provide homes for small mammals such as wood mice, shrews and voles, and is good hunting ground for the many owls in the area, which can be heard and seen flying at night. These walls would be destroyed if the development of these fields went ahead. The Sheffield Bird Study Group found a population of the willow tit, one of the UK's most threatened bird species. A £30,000 habitat creation project has just been completed in Foxglen by the Steel Valley Project to help recolonise the area. A new building site next to Foxglen, plus the additional houses and residents, could seriously impede the success of this project. A successful project would provide a major boost to the area, which is now becoming known for its beautiful countryside, walks and natural history, and thus helping the local economy in promoting tourism. In conclusion, this development would be a disaster for the wildlife using the site and highly detrimental to the character of the local area. The haven for wildlife that would be destroyed by this development, if lost, would be gone forever. For these reasons and those outlined by others speaking today, I urge the committee to please reject this development. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you. Okay. Next is Peter Morgan. If we could bring Peter in, please. Welcome, Peter. Welcome to committee.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
We certainly can, yes. Lovely, okay. You've got 5 minutes. I will come in 15 seconds before the end to help you wind up, okay? Thank you, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name's Peter Morgan. I'm the chair of Friends of Holland Busk, and I'd just like to start off talking about the high level of local feeling about this application. There are over 100 objections to this application. Woodroyd is about 400 metres down the road from Holland Busk, where there were over 500 objections to building on protected green fields, and that application was refused by 12 votes to 1. We're talking about the same community of people. A very similar application to Woodroyd is at Wigan Farm in Worrell, which was before the committee some weeks ago. There was also significant objection, and the application was refused by 9 votes to 3. The same developer is involved at all 3 sites, and local people are incensed about this raid on remaining open green spaces. we would ask the Planning Committee to maintain a consistent approach and refuse the Woodroyd application. A significant impact on local heritage and landscape. Woodroyd Green Fields are ancient agricultural fields belonging to Woodroyd Farm. That's one of the original farms that are situated along the spring line of the valley sides and that farm the hillside meadows. The original application demolished this heritage asset, but the modified application now retains the farmhouse, but removes its gable end. This part demolition still constitutes damage to a visual heritage asset, and building houses on its associated green fields causes significant harm to its natural setting. Local heritage should be protected. This is one of the last open green spaces within the urban development of Deepcar. Although the farmhouse is not listed, a building does not need to be listed to be a visual heritage asset. The Department of Culture, Media and Sport guidelines state that a building built between 1700 and 1850 is a building of special interest, worthy of consideration, even if not of listing status. Sheffield, the Green City and Green Links. Woodroyd is part of a green link, as we've already heard, that runs up the hillside from the valley bottom and includes Fox Glen, the local wildlife site that's been gifted to the local people, and Hollinbus Fields that extend further up the hillside and then join onto the green belt. This green link acts as a green separation between Stocksbridge and Deepcar and prevents continuous urban sprawl. This application would eliminate the lower part of this green link. For those not familiar with Fox Glen, it's very similar in size to Porter Clough, and that may be better known to people from the south and west of Sheffield. It's regularly enjoyed by local people for walks and nature trips by the local school. Brownfield development first. Sheffield has adopted a policy of brownfield development first, and there are already 3 large developments of new family homes underway on brownfield land in the valley below, at Fox Valley, at Deepcar, Warncliffe Park, and at Outybridge. There's no need to build on agricultural green fields that are not part of the original housing plan. Sheffield Council has published an up-to-date housing requirement assessment and does have a deliverable supply in excess of 5 years with the necessary margin. There's no need to build on a recognised open space. The UDP and core strategy still have considerable weight and are in line with the National Planning Policy Framework, despite the applicant claiming otherwise. I would ask that following refusal at Hollinbusk and Wigan Farm, the Planning Committee maintain a consistent approach on heritage green fields and refuse this application. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Thank you. Okay, next speaker is Richard Crowther. Welcome, Richard.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Okay, you have 5 minutes, Richard, and you'll get your 15-second warning. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thanks for allowing me to speak at today's meeting on this outline application to develop a greenfield site off Woodroyd Road. My name is Richard Crowther and I'm the Deputy Mayor of Stocksbridge. Stocksbridge Town Council has serious concerns with regard to this application on an expanse of land which has stayed undeveloped and pristine until this point. The proposed development site is remarkably close, we would argue dangerously close, to the junction of Armitage Road and Woodroyd Road. The applicant's claim 20 metres between junctions is based on the centre lines of the roads. However, when measured in terms of the actual distance between the edges of the 2 roads, this is only actually around 9 metres. This is not in accordance with the junction spacing guidelines in section B312 of the South Yorkshire Residential Design Guide. In addition, the residential design guide stipulates that this spacing applies generally to all roads, and we would argue strongly that a higher degree of caution should be exercised on Woodroyd Road given the appalling visibility at this location due to the proximity of a blind summit in conjunction with severely congested on-street parking. These visibility problems at the access point to the proposed development are exacerbated by the building lines of adjacent properties. The transport statement says that cars climbing Woodroyd Road would see slow-moving cars exiting the site and therefore be able to react in time. Road safety is, however, the responsibility of everyone, and the onus for road safety should not be placed solely on road users who are already negotiating a steep incline on a road with two-way traffic, restricted width due to numerous parked vehicles, and already having to anticipate the busy Armitage Road junction, which is also utilised by public transport. Paragraph 109 of the National Planning Policy Framework makes it clear that development can be refused on highways grounds for unacceptable impact on highway safety. The application seeks to remedy the unacceptable visibility problems by the partial demolition of a farmhouse which predates an 1851 Ordnance Survey map of the local area and has therefore been a fixed part of the local built heritage for at least 170 years. The official DCMS guidance for adding buildings to the heritage list states that most buildings from 1700 to 1850, which retain a significant proportion of their original fabric, are likely to be considered to hold special interest and therefore are worthy of consideration for inclusion on the list. The partial demolition of the building through this application would entirely and irrevocably transform a building which has formed a fixed point of constancy throughout the history of Stocksbridge. Section N2.2 of the South Yorkshire Residential Design Guide states that heritage assets should be protected and enhanced, and indeed the entirety of Section 16 of the NPPF is devoted to the importance of heritage assets. Woodroyd is already a very busy road in comparison to its width and feeds onto Carr Road, a major local road which is even busier. The applicant's own assessments concede that the development of this site would lead to a considerable increase in vehicle movements to and from the site. The overwhelming majority of these vehicle movements would doubtless link to Carr Road in order to connect to the bypass and the M1, and this connectivity is suggested as an argument to demonstrate the sustainability of the site by the applicant. This would, however, exacerbate the problems faced by local people at the already congested junction of Carr Road and Manchester Road near the Vorton Hill traffic lights, which already cause significant tailbacks in all directions. In addition, the applicant's traffic study was conducted at a time of day when traffic was at or close to its minimum level, so I do not believe it accurately reflects the current level of traffic on this well-used road. The application site is currently undeveloped except for grazing purposes, and as such allows a certain degree of natural surface water permeation at this critical location between Fox Glen, which is known to flood frequently and severely during bad weather events, and Clough Dyke, which also floods due to a considerable degree during such events. The development of this site would inevitably lead to the reduction of the natural permeability of the ground and indeed an acceleration of the downhill flow of water toward Clough Dyke and ultimately Manchester Road and the Little Dom. This would not be in accordance with Section 14 of the NPPF. The site is currently home to a plethora of wildlife, including birds and bats, which rightly enjoy protection under planning and environmental regulations, including Section 15 of the NPPF. The applicant has not yet made an assessment of the biodiversity at this site, however, local residents know it to be rich both in number and variety. The nearby willow tit habitat, recently restored in an effort to increase the South Yorkshire population of this threatened species, will be disturbed by construction at this site, as will the wildlife corridors and habitat formed by the dry stone walls currently on the site. Stocksbridge Town Council objects in the strongest terms to this application on the basis of traffic levels, highways hazards, built heritage, historical industry, biodiversity considerations, impact on local infrastructure, and the increased likelihood and impact of pluvial flooding on-site and fluvial flooding off-site in the local area. The application is not in accordance with sections 9, 14, 15, and 16 of the NPPF, as well as sections B312 and N2.2 of the South Yorkshire Residential Design Guide, and as such should be rejected by the committee. Thank you for your time.
Spot on time as well. Thank you. Lovely, thank you. Final speaker speaking against the application is Mark Whitaker. Welcome, Mr. Whitaker. We have you there, but no sign of video. Can you hear us? Can you hear me? Aha. Like the fact you needed a woman to help sort it out. That's made me very happy.
Yeah. Hello.
Welcome, Mr. Whitaker. Thank you. Right, you have 5 minutes and I will be giving you a 15-second warning, I like to call it.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
My name's Mark Whitaker. I'm the Stocksbridge Town Councillor for Deep Car Ward. I live on Carr Road, not far from the proposed development. I'm a frequent user of Woodroyd Road as I regularly pick up my 2 grandchildren from St John's Junior and Deep Car Infant Schools when they are open and deliver them to my daughter and her husband's house on Fox Glen Road. We do this either by car or by foot, depending on the weather. When we walk, it is difficult to get across Carr Road into Woodroyd Road because of traffic. Once on Woodroyd Road, I have the worry of my grandchildren stepping off the pavement to get around slower pedestrians and into the near continuous stream of traffic at that time. When driving, I have the difficulty of negotiating the traffic to get round the corner into Armitage Road. When the buses from the frequent local services come out of Armitage Road onto Woodroyd, they block both roads completely because the turn is narrow, especially as there are usually cars parked along one side. Those of us who know the road well will stop well in advance when we see a bus to allow it time and space to manoeuvre. People who are driving through to Stocksbridge from Carr Road and may not know this spot intimately, invariably stop too late. When this happens, cars begin reversing and mounting pavements, causing confusion to both drivers and pedestrians. If a bin lorry or other large vehicle coincides with a bus coming the other way, then it is not unknown for people to have to get out of their cars to wave back reversing vehicles. There is simply no room for an extra junction unloading yet more cars into what is already a chaotic situation. Furthermore, an extra 42 houses of the proposed development would have to be served by delivery vehicles and bin lorries, not to mention ambulances and fire engines. I can imagine fire engines being unable to negotiate entry with any speed at all. On return from dropping off my grandchildren, I retrace my steps and come back to the difficult junction where buses have problems. Even though my car is small, getting back out onto Woodroyd Road is difficult. The problem is that whereas bus drivers can see overparked cars, the road to my left is completely blind. Cars are parked here by necessity as the houses have no off-road parking. There is effectively a blind hill summit. Cars unfamiliar with the difficulties of getting out of Armitage Road onto Woodroyd come up the hill rapidly, cutting through to Carr Road. I have to edge out of Armitage Road bit by bit, frequently having to brake suddenly as an unseen car speeds towards me over the blind summit. To add more cars through another junction is simply dangerous and frankly absurd. 42 houses on the proposed development could easily mean an additional 84 cars a day using this junction. There is then the question of the general traffic load in the area. Much of the extra traffic from the development would disgorge out onto where I live on Carr Road. The bottom of Carr Road does not join directly onto the traffic lights of Manchester Road. There is a continuous line of cars waiting at the lights. This means that queuing cars on Carr Road have to wait to be waved out one at a time by courteous drivers. The result is that cars and buses are already queued back up Carr Road past the windows of my house with all the pollution and noise that entails. Again, an extra 84 cars in rush hour are untenable. Some houses towards the bottom of Carr Road have no off-road parking themselves, further limiting the traffic flow. Cars often mount the pavement outside our house where no cars park. Our next door neighbour, who has 2 children, will not allow them to use the exit of his house without supervision for fear of this traffic. Extra traffic from the proposed development would make this worse. Accepting this planning application would, in my opinion, be seriously detrimental to the area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, we have one speaker in favour of the application, Jim Lomas. If Jim could be brought in, please. Welcome to committee, Jim.
Good afternoon, Chair.
Yeah, okay, you have 5 minutes. Okay, I will give you the warning as well. Okay.
Thank you very much, Chair, and appreciate your time this afternoon. First of all, I won't have a chance to respond to all the points raised by third parties in my 5 minutes. I'm going to focus on what I was going to tell you. If there's any time left, I certainly will respond to some of the points raised. However, I think the presentation provided by your case officer is very good. Certainly it's clear that this particular site is located within the confines of the Deepcar Stocksbridge urban area. The site is bounded on all sides by residential and commercial development, and effectively this scheme represents or does not represent an outward expansion of this settlement into the open countryside and into the greenbelt areas. I'm well aware this is a concern for some members of the community, and I'm well aware of the issues at Holling Busk. I think we all recognise the site is located within a highly sustainable urban environment, lying close to a wide range of local services and amenities. Effectively, we should be looking at developing sustainable sites for residential development. Equally, Stocksbridge and Deepcar are areas identified in the development plan where additional housing and certainly economic growth has been identified. That is in both the core strategy and the UDP. And certainly the land use as proposed is entirely compatible with residential areas, namely residential properties. They are sort of suitable in terms of their activities, noise generation, and certainly compatibility of land use. I think so far as the policy area is concerned, your planning officer made it quite clear there are 2 distinct policy areas here. The first is the housing policy area, where housing is deemed the preferred form of development in terms of planning policy. And so far as the open space areas are concerned, well, I think you're quite clear that the policies relating to the protection of these areas is certainly non-compliant with the National Planning Policy Framework. And I think the Council have accepted this themselves, particularly with the Holling Busk decision. So effectively, the open space, it has little protection towards housing development. However, the open space is in private ownership. There is no public right of access over that open space. The open space does not form part of any agricultural holding and is not needed to support any farming businesses. The application proposal before you actually offers an opportunity to provide open space for the public. In fact, the open space area comprises about 1.3 hectares of the site area, of which 0.96, nearly 1 hectare, is going to be made available for both biodiversity enhancement, public open space, recreation space, and green corridors. Green corridors which are actually recommended and required under core strategy and UDP policy. These are clearly shown on the supporting plans. So therefore, I would suggest that the open space is actually enhanced for the benefit of the local community, biodiversity and local wildlife in this area. So far as the vehicular access is concerned, that has been demonstrated that it can work, and certainly your highway officers are happy with the information supplied and the impact upon the local highway network. One thing that hasn't been raised so far is that the applicant is also willing to provide a 10% open space, sorry, a 10% affordable housing contribution on this particular site. A Section 106 obligation has been provided to the authority, and clearly there will be an obligation to provide affordable housing on site. This is clearly a significant planning merit. A lot of comment has also been made about the existing barn building, and yes, initially we'd look to remove that building. However, on reflection and given other decisions that have been taken, that building is going to be retained. And there's only about 5% of that building, which is part of the western gable elevation, an elevation which has been substantially altered and amended over the years, to be removed, and the rest of the building, its integrity, will be retained intact. That will also retain any potential impacts upon alleged wildlife value that the building may offer. So clearly, again, merit to the local community, merit to the ecology, and merit to the local character area. I've already mentioned biodiversity, and again, significant enhancements can be provided. I think it's also important to note that the siting of the housing has responded to positive feedback provided by the Sheffield and Wildlife Trust over the formulation of this application. We have actually pulled the houses back within the 15-metre buffer, protected that area, and certainly ensured that the wildlife areas and the woodland areas will be totally protected and free from any form of development. I noticed the comments on the 5-year housing land supply. Now, I think, as many of you will know, you're currently being reported that you've got a 5.4-year housing land supply, which is at the best marginal. However, come June of this year, bearing in mind the government's new figures which will be introduced, that figure will be reduced to about 4 years housing land supply. Basically, there's a 35% increase in delivery rates expected and being imposed on Sheffield from June of 2021. As a result of that, there's going to be a significant need and pressure on housing policy areas, sustainable urban locations, and sites such as this to deliver the family housing, which has been recommended by this government. Love them all, loathe them. That's the advice that we've been given. I've already mentioned the impact on neighbours. Certainly the generous levels of separation could be achieved which are entirely in accordance with the South Yorkshire Design Guide. And as I say, the use will result in no adverse impact in terms of overlooking, overbearing, loss of light or incompatible
10
land.
seconds.
No problem at all. So overall, I think there are significant planning merits associated with this scheme. It's entirely policy compliant with the NPPF, UDP, core strategy, and certainly this authority has to make the best use of sustainable to meet its requirements.
Thank you, Mr. Lomas. Thank you. Thank you. That concludes the speakers on the application. I'm now going to invite the officers, that's Dinah and Helen, to comment on what's been made. Okay, who'd like to go first? Dinah? Thank you.
I think most of the concerns that were raised by speakers are covered in the report. There's just a couple of things I was just going to highlight. There was concern about flooding, and there was reference to recent floods associated with the culvert that I pointed out on the presentation earlier. The recent flooding events, as far as I understand, were due to a culvert failure, i.e. a culvert collapse in November 2019. So that is a significant problem, and it's been sort of known as a potential problem for a long time now. Now, in my discussions with the lead local flood authority, I understood that the repair of that culvert was now scheduled in on the council's flood programme and likely to be completed within a couple of years. But that's as far as my discussions with the lead local flood authority have gone. There will be no development. We've got a condition on the application saying there'll be no development within 35 metres of the culvert. And culvert issues aside, and the culvert is upstream of the site. There are overland flow path. There is an overland flow path that crosses the site, but the flood risk assessment, which suggests further testing in relation to infiltration, which is considered to be unlikely given the sort of quality of the earth there. The flood risk assessment suggests that a drainage strategy should be able to deal with the overland flow path, and that's likely to comprise of an attenuation-led strategy whereby SUDS features within the site would capture and contain that surface water and then release it to an agreed discharge receptor at an agreed rate. Now, this is an outline application. This is all reserved by condition, but that's the principle of dealing with the overland flow path and the surface water that crosses the site. In relation to ecology, there was a preliminary ecological appraisal carried out by qualified ecologists. The farmhouse and the barn were found to have moderate potential for roosting bats, and for that reason they did 2 further bat surveys. They did do a dusk emergence survey and a dawn re-entry survey. Some common pipistrelle bat and other bat activity was recorded, but they were not observed emerging from or returning to any of the buildings on site. No bat roosts recorded, and no field signs of bat roosts were recorded, i.e. bat droppings. They weren't recorded either. And as already been discussed, the farmhouse and barn, which were originally going to be demolished, are now being retained. So we're satisfied that at this stage, this outline stage, sufficient exploration has been carried out, sufficient assessment, but in any case, a further round of assessment will be required prior to any reserved matters applications. I think it's just also worth reiterating a couple of points about policy, and that is that visual amenity is not a standalone function of open space. In accordance with the MPPF definition of open space, it also has to have a recreational value, as in you can use it for recreation and or sport, and this is an inaccessible private site. So it's not accessible, and for that reason it means that a number of our policies, local policies, are out of date. So policy LR5, for example, it is out of date for that very reason. That's the policy on development in open space areas. So we can only give that little weight. But in any case, the report explains that the proposed development in any case doesn't conflict with the list of conditions in policy LR5. And there were a couple of other policies mentioned by speakers. Policy CS72, which places an outright bar effectively on development in the countryside. That relates to the protection of countryside, not in the green belt. And that's not consistent with the MPPF, because the MPPF doesn't place an outright embargo on development in the countryside. And in any case, when assessed against policy CS 72, we find that the application site doesn't lie on the edge of the built-up area. As you saw from the aerial shots I showed you earlier, it's very much surrounded by built development. So I think in that case, for that reason, it differs to some of the other sites you may have considered last year, Holland Busk, for example, higher up the valley. So I think that's it for me. Thank you, Chair. I'm going to pass over to Helen for the highway.
Thank you. Thank you, Helen.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I think the highways aspects of this application are covered in quite a lot of detail in the report. But so I think I would just like to make one or two clarifications. First of all, the existing conditions on the highway are also always taken into account when considering any application. So in terms of, car parking, traffic flows, they're always taken into account. I have to point out that the site access is completely in accordance with both the Manual for Streets and South Yorkshire Residential Design Guide in terms of the width of the access, the provision of footways, and also the sight lines from the access. The traffic generation that is being considered, we did feel that the figures provided by the applicant were a little on the low side, and so actually took reference to a previous consent. And we estimate that the level of traffic generation will be 22 vehicular movements in the morning peak and 26 vehicular movements in the evening peak. The peak hours are considered because they're generally the times when the background traffic is at its highest. So we're looking at less than one vehicle movement every 2 minutes. The forward visibility is considered to be acceptable, and the brow of the hill doesn't actually impact on the required forward visibility. In terms of existing road safety implications, consideration has been given to the past 5 years road safety data, which is personal injury accidents that are collected by the police. And we found that there's been one accident which was approximately 150 metres from the site access, and that was a slight accident and wasn't particularly related to any issue with the layout of the road. I think mention was made of the proximity of the proposed junction to Armitage Road. Again, that is in accordance with the the South Yorkshire Residential Design Guide, at being centre line to centre line 20 metres. The measurement from the centre line to centre line is acceptable in the same way with which visibility displays are measured along the centre line. So I think in conclusion, we feel that the traffic generation can be accommodated on the highway network. We do appreciate that there are times, you know, that the footways are perhaps narrower than would be ideal. A proportion of footway is being provided where it is possible along the site frontage, but we really do feel that there are no highway safety reasons that are significant enough, or traffic generation reasons that are significant enough to warrant refusal of this application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Helen. I will now open this up to questions from the committee, if you could indicate. Could I just remind committee, we're here to make a decision on this application, not previous applications. Both speakers for and against have mentioned them, but it's really important that we consider this as it on here. I have Roger, I have Tony, I have Jack. Is there anybody else? And Mike, yeah? If we could keep it to questions, don't forget, not make comments, we can save those for later. Okay, I've seen you, Gary, that's fine. Okay, Roger, your question, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to ask in relation to the parallel situation, what is the difference between what we are seeing today and what was turned down in the past? I mean, we did go and have a site visit to the last one, and I've had a look at this on the globe, and it doesn't look too much difference. Can you tell me what the difference is, please? Dan.
Okay, I'm chairing, you're all right.
Sorry, yeah.
You're all right. Slap wrist, Roger.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I don't quite understand that, Councillor Davidson. The difference between this site and which one?
There was a previous one, a very similar site that was turned down. I just wanted to know what the difference was.
Are you talking about a previous application on this site?
Yeah,
that's okay. That's quite, yeah.
There hasn't been. I don't think there's been a previous application on this site.
But there was a similar site.
I think Olin Bus.
Yeah, that they referred to.
Well,
I mean, I suppose the answer to that is that we're considering this application and this site.
As I actually said in my before we did this, we're not here to discuss previous applications. We're here to look at this one. So
yeah, it just looks similar, that's all. But when I looked at it,
doesn't make any difference whether it looks similar or not. That's why I actually stated it, because both speakers for and against had mentioned them, and it's just important for committee. What I can do, Roger, is I can go to the next speaker and then I can come back to you when you've thought of another question. Okay, then? Is that all right? No. Then you won't, you know, just put your hand up and I'll bring you in. Okay, Tony, Councillor Tony Downs.
If this has been addressed in the report, I apologise for missing it, but I have looked carefully. On page 47, it says that this site also lies within the Coal Authority's high-risk development area associated with former mine working activities. Can you just, obviously that doesn't carry much weight, but it sounds to me as though it should. Can you explain why it didn't?
Thank you. Diana?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm just looking that there is a section on coal mining legacy and ground conditions on page 74 of the report.
Well, I was obviously falling asleep by then, Diana, but it's just I did look find it.
Yeah, it does say that the site is situated within a high-risk area. So that means that further assessments will be required, which are reserved by condition on the list of proposed conditions. And that was agreed with the Coal Authority. So further investigations will be required to identify, to undertake further investigations and to establish the depth and conditions of any coal seams, and to investigate the exact location and condition of any on-site mine and entry points. And obviously work will then be required if they do find them to mitigate the impacts of those.
So if we were minded to grant this, eventually it could be deemed to be unsuitable because of the investigations. Have I understood that properly?
Yeah.
I think the coal authority, if they'd had such a very strong opinion and thought that it was unlikely to be developable, would have said so. But they've agreed that further assessment should be undertaken to identify the proposed the existing coal mining features and hazards which may impact on the development, and then the solutions found to deal with them.
It's described as high risk, you see, that's what's...
Yeah, that's the stand. That is the term of phrase we normally use.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Tony, any further questions on that? No. Councillor Clarkson, I had you next.
Thank you, Chair. Couple of questions. First one is for Helen. She said that the sight lines when coming out off the new proposed estate to the right and to the left were acceptable. Are they acceptable as now? Because I understand that the barn has to be knocked down and another outbuilding. So are they acceptable now or will be acceptable?
Chair, apologies for that. For clarification, they will be acceptable under the proposal. As things are now, no, obviously where the barn is, that would impinge on the sight lines. So with the proposed access, which I think Dinah showed a picture of it, then the sight lines are acceptable and meet the guidance of the South Yorkshire Residential Design Guide and Manual for Streets.
Would you like that slide back up, Councillor Clarkson? Just to...
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay. Yeah. No, I just think it's quite an important point. So I think committee would probably find it very useful. Cute. Go ahead, Diane, then. So.
Right. Thank you, Chair.
No, you're welcome. Dinah, do you want to unmute and just, you can actually see the difference there. I'm not a planning officer, so I'll hand it over to professional.
I might leave that to Helen to describe.
Oh, Helen, sorry, Helen, yeah. Throwing you in the deep end, Dinah. Helen, would you like to?
Obviously, as you can see, I can't, but well, where it says number 9 to 11, so the barn, you know, yes, that's it. Yes, that without the alterations proposed would impinge on the sight line, but under these guys, you know, with the alterations proposed, then obviously the sight line is provided, which is from, if you can point from the centre line of the carriageway there, you go 2.4 metres up the access road to a point which is shown there, 41 metres down the road, if you like, there, yeah. And the same in the opposite direction, and they meet the guidance required.
Okay. Councillor Clarkson?
Yeah, I appreciate that. And then just following on my next question, just following on, Ellen, you did say that the footpaths, although acceptable, would be very, very narrow. So we sacrificing the sightline, and people are going to have to, if you've got a child, would you be able to walk that child at the side of you along that footpath? Because you did say they were very, very narrow.
I mean, the only additional footpath to be provided is along the, you know, the site frontage in it, because obviously the land.
You're frozen, Helen.
Can I ask another question? Well,
it's okay. We just want to, Helen, do you want to just turn you froze completely, Helen.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay. Yeah, I was speaking at you. Do you want to turn your video camera off while you're answering, just to see if that it makes it a stronger? That's it, brilliant.
Yeah. No, as I said, the only additional section of footway that is to be provided will be along the site frontage. It's not possible to widen the existing footways because the only way in which that could be done would be to build into the highway and narrow the carriageway, which obviously would not be appropriate. What we do consider is that the footways are capable of accommodating the additional pedestrian numbers, if you like, that are likely to be generated, and that the additional vehicular traffic isn't going to be of such a magnitude as to warrant those unsafe. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I've just got one last question.
No problem, go ahead.
To Dinah. The addition of another 80 houses, we've already heard from
41 actually, Jack.
41,
up to 41.
sorry.
Up to 41.
We've already heard from a local resident that Deepcar at Vortnell is going to have 430 houses. Coppice has got another 100 houses. There's been Fox Valley. There's going to be Outerbridge. And that the infrastructure of the area is very important, I feel, for a lot of people. Can you tell me, a lot of kids from Stocksbridge are having to bus towards Penistone now. What about primary school places for children who are going to come onto this estate? Where, you know, have we done any statistics or whatever? These places, primary school, junior schools, and secondary schools, please.
Thank you, Dinah.
Yes, thank you, Chair. We did consult with our colleagues in education, and actually, due to the relatively small size of the site, up to 41 houses, it's only expected to generate 1 to 2 pupils per year group. So I think that's an overall forecast of about 12 pupils generated by the development. That would utilise all the spare capacity in the area in most years at primary. I understand that, so I'm just trying to, I'm just double checking the case on secondary. I think that's the case across the board in most years, so it would probably utilise most of the spare capacity. But the relatively small numbers, and I think the point is that the development, because it's so small, falls well below those thresholds for setting the SIL and the planning obligations supplementary planning document, whereby we can expect a Section 106 contribution. The development will attract SIL monies, and it's expected that those SIL monies would be used to fund any additional education provision. And I understand that Stocksbridge Secondary is undergoing such an expansion at the moment. They're going to take an extra 10 pupils as a result of previous monies sought. So the point is that the development is quite small. It may take up the capacity in the schools at the moment, but the development will attract SIL monies, and that money should be or can be directed to improving the education provision.
Thank you, Jack. Thank you. Councillor Chaplin.
Thank you, Chair. All 4 of the objectors are known to me, so I feel I should declare a personal interest in this matter.
Okay.
And I'm minded to abstain because some of them I do know quite well, so I'm not going to.
Well, that's quite common that people come out. Okay. Do you mean, have you had conversations about the application?
Not about the application, no.
No. Victoria, would you like to?
I'll hear a ruling on it.
well, I'm saying not to give a ruling as such, but I think the fact that you feel inclined yourself to abstain suggests that that would be the most reasonable course of action. But I think you've done the right thing in acknowledging now why you decided to abstain, so that we're aware. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Downs?
Are we setting a precedent here then?
Well, this is what I'm a little bit concerned about.
Yeah, if people come, members of the council or people we know that we haven't discussed it with, are we now saying if it's a fellow councillor that's objecting that we have to declare an interest?
I don't feel that we are setting a precedence here. I think it's for all individual members to consider whether they have a relationship with somebody who's making a representation on an application, to decide if there could be an appearance of bias because it's somebody known to them in an extent where there could be a perception that your decision was influenced by your relationship with that person. So by all means, certainly no. If you know somebody,
well,
that is something that yes, you'll all feel sort of compromised by, but it is that appearance of bias, is that beyond knowing them, do you have a relationship with them such that you think there could be an appearance of bias? If you're not able to keep an open mind because of that relationship, then it would be reasonable to abstain.
So it's because of Councillor Chaplin's not being able to keep an open mind. It's not setting a precedent.
I think because he himself said, I know these people and I think it should be I feel that I should abstain, and it would suggest to myself that that's the way he feels. I
think it's a moot point, but I accept your ruling.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Chaplin. Okay, Gary, Councillor Weatherall.
Well, that's a bit complicated, Chair.
Yeah, sorry.
I know those four people. I'm not definitely declaring interest because I've not discussed this with any of them, and I've got an open mind about this. I'll be voting with the officer's recommendation on this, Chair. A couple of points have been brought up about the sight line, and I would have questioned Helen on that, but she did clarify from the middle of the road to right and the left is guidelines. So that's great. But just one comment, Chair, if I can make this at this point, is can we make it's up to where you pass this to which officer, but hedgehogs. I've left gaps in my fence, and when we moved in, I didn't have the gates right to the bottom of the drive, and lift up so hedgehogs can come in and out. And I just
Hedgehog highway, I think we call them, don't we?
Yes, and I just wondered, can we put something in the recommendation to the planners to say that, well, to the builder, that we need these installing through the side?
Okay, Gary, that's okay. I'll pass that on to Dinah. Dinah, about hedgehogs.
Yes, if you look at item 1 on the supplementary report, you'll see that we've amended condition 19 to include details of the provision and specification of opportunities to allow the passage of hedgehogs through the site. So that was brought up by the Wildlife Trust, and we've included that in the condition.
Are you happy now? Look, he's smiling. He's obviously happy, the hedgehog lover, Gary, but we all love hedgehogs.
And I'm a little bit embarrassed because I've read it. I have definitely read all the paperwork.
This is why it's so important to get things clarified. I'm sorry, I'm not making fun, sorry.
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Davidson, have you got a question now, or I haven't forgotten?
I'll make a comment, but thanks.
That's
Chair.
Fantastic. No worries at all. I'll just keep it to questions anyway. A question from Councillor Diane Hurst. Is that right, Diane? Yeah, lovely. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. It's just a point of clarification, please. I think I've heard it mentioned in the responses that the flooding that has been referred to was caused because of a collapsed culvert, and that is now in the work programme, and that will there be a sustainable urban drainage treatment on this site, or is that how we're looking at the is that because of the change in conditioning? Will that be looked at in the change of conditioning that we've seen in the supplementary report? It's just a comment and what impact would developing on this site have on current flooding, I think is the best way of putting it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try and answer that. I'm not a flooding expert, but I have had some discussions with the lead local flood authority about the site, and yes, the recent flooding events and they were, you know, quite serious, and you know, because of the amount of water that's been around lately, they have had to use a generator to try and pump water away. But yes, that's as a result of a collapsed culvert. The culvert that runs outside the site. The entry point is west of the site, and the outlet is east of the site. But the entry point is uphill, so with the collapse of the culvert, which is very, very deep, it causes water to come across land at that point. And then it joins onto Woodroyd Road, as far as I understand it, and then sort of pools around the site entrance. And my discussions have led me to believe that once the culvert is fixed, then this issue shouldn't reoccur, assuming no other catastrophe. So there is water that crosses the site. There is surface water that will be dealt with through an attenuation-led strategy. So there's a condition that will require them to introduce SUDS features to capture and contain the surface water, and then, as I said, release it to an agreed discharge receptor at an agreed rate. So in theory, it shouldn't worsen, it shouldn't make worse flooding downstream. But that is all conditioned, and so has to be detailed and designed and drawn up. And that's as I understand it. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Councillor Hurst. Have I got any more questions? I do. I'll move on to comments. I've got Councillor Davidson down for a comment. Is there anybody else? Councillor Clarkson, Sangar, is that it? And Councillor McCann. So I've got 4 of you so far. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay. Councillor Davidson.
Thank you, Chair. My worry was that, you know, you can only, once you've made the decision to build, it's irreversible. That was the only, that's why I was looking for the comparisons. But so, and I've looked at, heard the very, very good speeches by both sides. I know that was only one speaker on one side, but both very articulate and very, very well put. I tend to go on this occasion with the local councillors, and I shall oppose it. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor, oh, wait a minute, I can't read my own writing. I've got Councillor Sanger, Councillor McCann. Who did I miss out? Councillor Clarkson. I can't read my own writing. Sorry, Jack. I've scrolled it down. Yeah, Councillor. Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Clarkson. Thank you. Yeah, Senior Peter Price. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, it looks a lovely site, but when I asked Ellen about the sightlines, she did say that would be after. So that means we're going to knock an historic barn down. I know it's not listed, but it's part of the fabric, and it is cherished, and so is the land which is cherished. And like Roger said, once that land, which is a soak away, has gone, it's gone forever, and it's a big part of Deepcar. And that culvert that Diana is on about, the water authority says it's going to be done within 6 years. Diana says it might be 2 years. So for 2 years, there's going to be flooding in that area, and I can only say I will be siding with the local councillors on this one. I wasn't going to do, but things have come to fore at this meeting with that. It hasn't given me confidence. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Sangar.
Thank you, Chair. I will be voting against this application. I remain completely unconvinced by the highways reports. The local residents tell me it's dangerous, but both the new access and the existing conditions on the road and the closeness of the new junction to the existing junction, the highways thing to me sounds bad. But for me, it's more about we have a brownfield first policy. This would be a big loss of open space and a loss of biodiversity, and that's before we get to the whole flooding and drainage issues. I don't think this is the sort of site that we need to build on. I think there's good reasons not to build on it. I will be voting against. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Sangar. Councillor McCann, I had you down next.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of things. One is, can just as a comment about the maps provided on these papers, could we have a full A4 size map on these? Because it's sometimes hard to find the actual location when you go on site. I did have a cause to go up on Sunday to have a look at the site, and it's a bit hard to actually identify places with such a small map. And I've got to say, the comments that people have made about the road itself and the traffic, I quite agree with them, because I found myself having to reverse to allow people through on certain parts of it. So on reflection, and I'm not very keen on outline planning applications anyway, because inevitably the detail come back and it doesn't always bear much relationship to the outline planning application. So in this occasion, I will be voting against this, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McCann, sorry, Councillor Price.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm also going to oppose the officer recommendation. I think it's an area of natural beauty, and I know it's not in the green belt, but sometimes I can never understand why some bits of land are in the green belt and others aren't. But in this case, I think it ought to be in the green belt. And when people say it's not of any recreational value, it is recreational. There's lots of wildlife that people view in there, and if we build it, it ruins it for future recreational value, for walks, etc. I think there's lots of building gone off in that Upper Don Valley now, and I think we ought to be looking at retaining open space. It's never been built in the past. It's green. It's a nice area, and I also support the concept that it's an ideal area that holds water. The fact that fields never flood means it holds it, and it stops it sending it down the valley to other areas. So I'm very suspicious of some of the answers we've been given, certainly on the highway and the flooding, Chair, which is an area of natural beauty, and I don't think we ought to take any decision that would damage it. So I'm going to oppose the officer recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Peter Garbett.
Thank you, Chair. Like many of the speakers, the members of the committee before me, I'm fairly unconvinced by several elements of this application, and I think the traffic one is the one that really it's difficult to see how, when you've got cars parked on the pavement and making it difficult for pedestrians, how extra traffic can actually be anything but an extra hazard, and that's really difficult for me to understand. I'm also very concerned about the flooding. We're told that it's a culvert collapse. That to me says that this is a very old culvert, that it's probably liable to collapse there or elsewhere fairly shortly after a repair. You know, it's going to be a regular event. So I'm very unconvinced by the narrative on the flooding. And nobody else has mentioned the wildlife corridor, but I think this is something that we neglect at our peril. I really feel very strongly that we should be making sure that wildlife does have uninterrupted and untrammeled corridors to do what it does, to do what wildlife does, because at the moment we're pushing into more and more of their habitats. Okay, so I'm going to be Sorry.
Sorry, yeah, you mentioned that you weren't going to be supporting it.
Yeah, I'm going to be voting against, yes.
Thank you. Councillor Naz.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'll be also opposing this application today. Like my colleagues have spoken about issues around road and traffic, I'm also concerned about that. And like what Councillor Garbett was saying, I'm very concerned about the local wildlife in the area and also the issues around flooding. So I will be opposing this application today.
Thank you, Councillor Naz. Your microphone is really difficult, but I did we get to hear? Yeah, to hear that. Lovely. Have I got any more comments from anybody? Okay, Victoria. Yes, sorry, Victoria.
Just on the basis of what we've heard so far on the comments, I just thought it would be useful just to remind everybody about having reasons for refusal that can stand up to scrutiny based on planning merits, which obviously ideally need to be supported by robust evidence. So I just thought prior to taking the vote, Chair, you may want to consider getting some advice from Dinah and perhaps Helen on whether there is that on their views of the robust evidence that would support any of the reasons that have been put forward so far.
I was going to go to the vote first and then go back. It's, you know, I mean, I've been making notes and I can see it's very tight.
Yeah. So certainly, Chair, that's also another way forward. Either way is fine.
Yeah, no, I appreciate, because it's really important that we follow procedure. So should we go to the vote first, committee, and then come back afterwards? Yeah, okay. So the officer recommendation is to grant conditionally subject to legal agreement. Okay, so all those supporters, I'm going to go do the roll call. So Councillor Price, supporting the officer recommendation or not?
Against, Chair.
Against, yeah, okay. Councillor Dams?
I'm for it, Chair, because I can't think of a valid reason not to.
That's fine. Councillor Davidson?
Against, Chair.
Councillor Sangar?
Against, Chair.
Councillor Garbett?
Against, Chair.
Councillor Weatherall?
For, Chair.
Councillor Diane Hurst?
For, Chair. Like my colleague Councillor Dams, I can't think of a valid reason to turn it down.
Yeah. Councillor McCann?
Against, Chair.
Councillor Clarkson?
Against, Chair.
Councillor Steinke?
For, Chair. I likewise can't think of a valid reason for turning it down.
And Councillor Naz?
Against, Chair.
And Councillor Chaplin's abstaining, so okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So make that 7 against, and 1, 2, 3, and 4 supporting the officer recommendation. So the vote for the officer recommendation has been lost. Therefore, a member of the committee needs to move a refusal for the application, along with planning reasons for the refusal. You've discussed some, and we need to hear the officer, you know, back. The officers need to respond to that. Okay. So those of you that's voted against this needs to have good reasons for refusal, and you need to come up with those, please.
Chair. I think the obvious one is road safety. Parking, sightline at the moment, irrespective of whether the old barn or the other buildings are demolished.
Okay, so we have road safety with a sight line. Councillor Sangar?
Yeah, I mean, I want to back what Councillor Clarkson just said. So, I mean, I think we need to go on highways, because I don't think we think this is good access in terms of the road it's coming off. So I do think the whole access and highways issues, I don't feel it is safe. I then want to go on about loss of open space. the loss of open space and therefore the loss of biodiversity. That would be my second one. And my third would be the flooding risk. And I think there is a genuine flooding risk, given the climate challenge that we face, that we are making a situation which the locals say is bad. We're trying to make it much worse. And I think that should be the third reason. So those are my three: highways, lack of open space, and loss of biodiversity, and then the flooding risk.
Is that approval, Councillor Garbett? Yeah, that's approval. It's okay. Yeah.
I'm changing the character of the area with a alteration in the barn.
Okay, you're coming up with quite a lot, so we need to go back then to the highways issue.
Well, I go along with the biodiversity loss of and the environmental damage, and I do believe it's of recreational value. I think there's many forms of recreation, and I think, you know, the actual viewing of wildlife and walking, it gets rid of the whole future, and I just think we ought to do our best to protect it. So I would throw those added if possible.
Okay, Dinah, yeah. If you want to respond, please. Sorry, Colin, did you want to come in?
Well, I'll just say very quickly, and then I'll hand over to Dinah. I think my advice, members, I think, would be to almost start with the subjective approach first of all, which would lead you into a reason for refusal around character and appearance, because that is, if you like, the least technical. The easiest to argue at appeal, basically, because it's your view as local members, your view as committee, supported by local residents. Your view is that this development would be detrimental to the character and appearance of this area. And that's a subjective view, which is entirely reasonable in this instance. So I think I would start with that. And then think about actually which ones you want to use, which become more technical then, because the other ones you refer to in terms of highways, biodiversity, etc., become more technical as you go along. So biodiversity is perhaps the least technical. So again, it's your view that, you know, because you can talk about what you've seen there, or if the residents can refer to how many things they've seen there, etc., easy to defend on appeal. And at the end, the other extreme are the very technical ones like highways, which basically you've got to come up with a reason at appeal, which talks about this scheme is not acceptable on highway grounds in technical terms because, and that's quite hard to defend, and also runs the potential risk of costs if you're unable to substantiate those technical arguments at the appeal. So you got kind of two extremes. I'm not saying don't use the technical ones. I'm just saying be mindful of how much weight you want to give those arguments as opposed to the more subjective ones. So character and appearance, biodiversity, quite straightforward. Flooding and highways, I think, are more risky if you chose to use them as reasons. Over to Diana.
And I think I was just going to revisit the point on recreation and visual amenity and the reasons for retaining this open space, which is probably why the character and appearance argument is more straightforward than arguing against policy, or arguing that this it goes against policy, because our policies may not stand up to scrutiny when assessed against the NPPF, because our policies give open space or the definition of open space weight for its visual amenity value, but the NPPF doesn't. And I think it's you got to be very careful. You know, it's more the character rather than the definition of open space that we're perhaps considering.
Councillor Price.
Can I just say, Chair, the officers have had months to prepare their recommendation. We've 5 minutes to try to put together our reason. I think it's officers' responsibility to articulate all the issues that's being raised. They think it's going to be most relevant to carry through the decisions that the members have made through. But we can't expect to be plucked this out of the air, having heard the officers' advice.
The fine wording will be done by us, but the reasons for have to come from committee. You can't just refuse it as a committee without having valid planning reasons to do that.
They've been given in this debate, Chair.
Well, no, because you've been giving advice on how the reasons that we are going to do that you have decided to do for refusal would hold the most weight on grounds of appeal, and you as a committee have a duty to do that. So that is what we're doing now. But absolutely take your point on the wording of it. Okay.
And you've been on your training course of speech, haven't you?
Yeah. Can we not? Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Dams. Sorry, you're muted, Tony. Tony, you're muted.
I disagree with Peter because I think we rely on officers for professional advice. I had a great deal of sympathy with the objectors, but I couldn't think of a reason, a sound planning reason. And I think if we're going to find a planning reason, we need the officer's advice on that.
Yeah, but you've got to come up with that, and this is the legal advice I've had, you know, since I've took committee over, to make sure that the decisions of committee are as valid and sound as possible, so we don't lose them on appeal.
Well, just to finish what I was saying, Chair, I think the officers will go away and, in their professional opinion, find a reason that is valid, that we agree with, and that's what we need to do. But saying that officers should do other things, I think they follow our decision where possible and give us professional.
I'm not going, yeah, thank you for your point. Let legal come in. I don't want to extend this into a debate about that, but we'll just get the legal point on it. Thank you.
Yeah, as you said, Chair, it is for the committee to decide on the reasons for refusal and then, as we may see, refuse the application based on those reasons. It's not for committee to refuse the application and then to ask somebody to find some reasons which may stand up. So it is, as I said earlier, we just need reasons for refusal which will stand up to scrutiny based on planning merits and be supported with robust evidence where that's possible. Obviously, you've heard from your other officer there about obviously those reasons for refusal that are subjective, where that evidence is, you know, is a little bit more. Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Yeah, is a less technical evidence being required, and that's what you mentioned. I just want to point something else out as well while I've got you. It was also briefly mentioned, I think, something about costs. I just want to remind all members that any issues regarding costs is not a material consideration, so please don't consider that as part of decision making. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we've bottomed that. So Dinah, right then.
Thank you, Chair. So it sounds to me as though there are general concerns about, well, there's a kind of a double character issue. So there's general concerns about loss of the fields or the farmstead as it was, and the fields form part of that, and they form part of the character of the area. And then there's also particular concerns perhaps about, you know, losing part of the non-designated heritage assets in the form of its gable end, and the impact of that, the development overall on the setting of that non-designated heritage asset. So we can formulate a character reason for refusal based on
I've jotted
impact of development on the farmstead and the impact on the asset.
Okay, so we need a proposer, do you know, with that. That summarises it. Councillor Sangar?
Yeah, I'm quite happy to propose that that's our number one point: the loss of character of the area, and the loss of open space, and the loss of the heritage asset. But I still think we should go for more than that. I think Dinah's summarised it very well. But I think we should, as a second point, pick up Colin Walker's point about biodiversity, because I do think, you know, there's a potential loss of a lot of wildlife, and, you know, Councillor Price made that point.
We can.
Yeah,
I can
so
get
I think it's really important to have that. And my personal view on the other two, and I'm happy to drop them if that's the advice of the rest of the committee. But I personally think there is a flooding issue, and I think it will be, yeah, as a third point. And fourthly, this is, you know, one of those times when I think that the highways point is worth keeping in for the fight, because I think the highways thing is very poor.
I think we've been given the advice, and I'm really conscious that we're going round in circles.
Okay. Well, I'll list other people, but the first two are the ones I really care about, because that's the advice. But I would put the other two in as well if I was doing it on my own.
I suppose.
Okay, I don't want to labour this too much. It is important, and I absolutely appreciate, you know, but Councillor Weatherall.
Thanks, Chair. I was just wondering, can we go back to that plan? You know, this is on an hill, isn't it? And you know, it's a good slope, isn't it, where water can get away. And we're talking about you know, this culvert's going to get repaired soon anyway. And when you were talking about access to the fields, there's no access at this moment in time. And somebody said earlier, and it's in report there, you know, it's going to be opened up. A few acres are going to be opened up where people can walk about in these wooded areas on this side. So I don't think we can bring in the flooding.
Okay.
That's the point.
Yeah. Right. So we have proposer. Oh, sorry, Helen. Go on, Helen.
Yeah. No, I was just going to say, in terms of the access issues, I think if you wanted to make an argument about the traffic generated by the development, that may be a possibility. I think in terms of the access, and now this is notwithstanding the issue on the farmhouse, the details clearly show that it is in accordance with both our guidelines, the Sheffield Residential Development Guidelines, and also the Manual for Streets, in terms of the width, the sight lines, the forward visibility, and that would be extremely difficult to argue that that wasn't the case. So I think that just does need bearing in mind.
But the increase in traffic is.
I think if you wanted to talk about increasing traffic, that is a possibility. But in terms of not being able to provide a safe access, I think that would be very difficult to demonstrate that that wasn't the case.
Fair enough.
Okay, so at the moment we've got down the loss of character and losing designated heritage asset, the biodiversity and an increase in traffic. Okay, Victoria. Those are the things I've made a note of.
Just in respect of the increase in traffic point, just for clarity, it might be useful to explore whether that means that there's an issue about safety, or whether they think that the impact would be so severe on the highway network.
Councillor Garbett.
Yeah, my issue on the traffic thing is the safety of pedestrians mainly. I think that's, you know, because we know that that's a road where a lot of traffic actually parks and uses up some of the pavement area, and that's difficult. So extra traffic there is only going to add to that danger to pedestrians. Okay. And I think I said that in my comments.
Yeah, no problem at all. So anybody else agree with Councillor Garbett? Just want to show, yeah, okay. So on the highways issue, it's the safety aspect that you want us to do, to put the wording in on that. So we've got loss of farmstead character and the losing of a non-designated heritage asset, the effect on biodiversity, and the increase in traffic, which is a safety hazard. So that's the summarisation of the reasons for refusal. Okay, that is all. Yeah. Okay then. So do I have a proposer for that? Okay. And do I have a seconder for the reasons for refusal? Councillor Price. So we've got Councillor Sangar for a proposal and Councillor Peter Price for a seconder. Right then. Okay. So we now need to go on to voting for the reasons for refusal on the grounds that I just mentioned, which I'm not going to read out again, but the fine wording will come to myself and my co-chair. So all those in support of the reasons for refusal, Councillor Peter Price. Councillor Downs.
Abstain.
Abstain, okay. Councillor Davidson.
For.
Councillor Sangar.
For.
Councillor Garbett.
For.
Councillor Weatherall.
Abstain, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Diane Hurst.
Abstain, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Bob McCann.
For.
Councillor Clarkson.
For.
Councillor Steinke.
Abstain, Chair.
Councillor Naz.
For.
Okay, so I make that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 have voted for the grounds for refusal, and 1, 2, 3, 4 abstentions. Is that correct, Abby? Okay, so that is passed. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we'll move on to the next application. Item 7B, application number 20/03663/FUL, formerly PP 0916048. It's a full planning application that proposes the erection of a 15-storey tower containing 103 1 to 3 bedroom apartments with swimming pool and gym at ground level, landscape podium, deck at level 1, vehicle parking beneath and associated landscaping. The location is the site of the former Forte Hotel on Manchester Road, Crosspool, Sheffield, S10 5DX, and the officer is Chris Healy.
Thank you, Chair. I'll share my screen. Can members see that?
Yes.
Good. Okay, so as you said, Chair, the description is here in front of us. It's a 15-storey tower for 103 residential units, mixture of 1 to 3 bedroom apartments with on-site facilities, a landscaped podium deck at level 1 with vehicle parking underneath and associated landscaping. So members will be familiar with the site, the former Hallam Tower Hotel. It straddles 2 conservation areas actually. Endcliffe sits in roughly this portion, and Broomhill this top portion. For some reason the boundary of the conservation area goes through the middle of the site. And members will be familiar with the area. It's a residential area largely, with individual residential properties and a number of groups of flats, apartments, nursing homes, but generally a residential character. Actually, I'll just change the viewing pane, Chair. It might be a bit easier to see.
Yeah.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's good.
So you can see here the position of the former hotel, which members will recall on the site. That building hasn't existed for a number of years now after it was demolished in implementing one of the original consents that have been granted on this site in recent years. Currently on site, the most recent consent has been implemented, and that is for a replacement 13-storey tower in the position of the original tower, which you can see here. So the landscape podium that was referred to would sit here, which was on the site of a former a lower rise block. I can't remember exactly, 3 to 4 stories high that block was, and with car parking underneath. This is the site. These photographs were taken a couple of months ago, I believe, looking across the site. To what that looks towards, if you note these properties here, these are these properties here that are accessed off Chesterwood Drive. That's another view, just kind of turned slightly to the right. These were taken in the last week, and these are peering through the gates at the top of the site, which is in this position here. So we're looking down this kind of access road in this position here. That's then turning slightly to the right. This building here is an apartment scheme, which is this building here. Sorry to have to flick between the two, but I think it's just helpful for people to understand the context. the similar shots turned slightly more to the right. So this is how the site is at the moment. So clearly the most recent consent has been implemented. The crane isn't in the exact position of the tower, but it gives you an idea of its location. This is the view from Manchester Road. This is number 109 Manchester Road here, which is a residential property recently been refurbished and reoccupied after a period of almost dereliction, and with other residential properties here to the right. So this is an entrance to the site. This is a view from Chesterwood Drive that I mentioned previously, and you'll see these two blocks of apartments here that have a view of the site. These are collectively known as Fulwood Park Mansions, those properties. This view is from Fulwood Road, looking back towards Broom Hill. So the small lodge building in the foreground, and again, so the tower would sit in this, and used to sit in this position here. That is a view looking in the opposite direction, coming out of Broom Hill on Fulwood Road. So you can see the context there. Generally lower rise buildings, but as I say, the original tower sat here. This is confirming the position of the tower with the landscaped deck here, and access points here to the car parking and to the site. This slide shows a sketch comparison of the previous schemes. So in 2018, we had a permission for a 12-storey plus penthouse level, so effectively 13-storey tower with a main block that was in total 5 stories with 2 decks of underground car parking. For various reasons, the implications of putting together a developable scheme, we've had lots of different versions of the proposal. So the current consent that is being implemented is this tower with a landscaped podium above a car park below, with much less excavation and the deletion of this this main block here. What's now being proposed is this, which is the tower with an extra 2 stories at this point here. This drawing depicts the extent of additional height with a dotted red line representing the previous consent. So it's literally just a almost the insertion of 2 floors, if you like, halfway down the tower, which results in the previous form increasing up the building. The floor layout there, that's the side elevation. The elevational treatment is unchanged from the previous approval, so it is literally just 2 more floors of the same structure that is being considered. That shows the relationship and the topography there. We've got the Fulwood Park Mansions here to the left, and the other properties to the right, and then that's flipped in that version. So the other things that I thought might just be kind of, this is the layout of the car parking area, Chair, showing how that operates. Things I just thought might be worth pointing out, they're in the report, but it just confirm that it is with this extra 2 stories. The previously approved height, so here for context, is 40 meters in height at that point. The extra 2 floors add an extra 5.7 meters, so we're going to 45.7 meters there. And the original building, the tower that stood there until the mid noughties, was 39.5 meters. There are 126 car parking spaces within the site, within the proposals. That includes 5 electric vehicle charging points, or sorry, within that area are 5 electric vehicle charging points, plus infrastructure for any others to be provided should residents want that. And also there is an affordable housing contribution following a viability appraisal here of £128,000. I will just, Chair, refer you, if I can, to item 3 on the supplementary agenda as well. You'll see there that there are 2 matters. We've had an additional representation on behalf of the Broomhill and Sherrvale Green Party. They noted the objections raised by Fulwood Park Mansions residents and supported those. They noted the provision of an acoustic fence, but queried its extent and permanence. The acoustic fence is a requirement of the previous consent, and it was conditioned on, sorry, the details of it were conditioned on the previous consent, and we're actually in the process of considering that application now. But in essence, the fence runs along here. So, and the purpose of it was to minimise noise disturbance for vehicles using this access road to the people here. So that's currently being considered. Its full extent is therefore being determined. There's a question there raised around its permanence, and it would be a permanent feature, and conditions would require that. And condition 10 on this, many of the conditions are repeated on this consent, Chair, for certainty and consistency, and it's condition 10 on this one. The representation refers to traffic issues which are covered in the report. There's a reference to a lack of neighbour notification. I thought it was just worth touching on that, Chair. Members have probably heard us say before that the statutory requirement for publicity of an application is either a site notice or a letter to a neighbouring landowner. And in this case, we've posted 9 site notices around the site. We haven't done individual letters on this occasion because of the number of people that would involve, and we feel that where there's wider publicity, the most appropriate form is site notices. That complies with what we say in our approved statements of community involvement and code of practice, Chair. So we feel that that's been the right level of publicity for the site, and that's been borne out by the representations that we've received. We've had representations from residents on Manchester Road, people in Fulwood Park Mansions here, from Kersall Mount, and many of those have included responses from the management companies responsible for the buildings and on behalf of the residents within, including a petition. So we feel that there has been adequate publicity, and certainly, complying with our requirements. And then there are comments there on the context and the height, Chair, but we've referred to those within the report. And then finally, we refer to a legal agreement within the report that has been signed and received by the council, but there's a requirement for the council to be a signatory, and it also needs to be sealed, and that hasn't happened yet and probably won't do until later this week. So as it stands, as that hasn't been completed, the recommendation needs to be amended from I think in the published papers it refers to grant conditionally legal agreement, and it needs to be changed to grant conditionally subject to legal agreement, because that's not yet been completed.
I'll just alter that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay. Right, we have one speaker on this application speaking against, and it's Brian Holmshaw. Could we bring Brian into the meeting room, please? Thank you. You have 5 minutes. Welcome, Brian. You have 5 minutes, and I will tell you 15 seconds before, so you can wind up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, committee. This application is the latest of many over the last 15 years. There have been at least a dozen applications that local residents feel they've been taken uphill and down dale over this. They've complained for many years about the site security. They've told me that they even had to be a tragic death at the tower in 2017 before the landowner was shamed into demolishing it.
I would just keep it to the application.
I'll just give you the context there of why residents aren't engaged in this process and have put themselves forward, and I've had to take their place. They're disillusioned, they're upset, they feel the way they've been treated by the landowners and the council is very poor, and they've become disengaged because of that. And that's why they're not here at the planning application. But they have spoken to me, and the four areas I wish to comment on, three of which I think are very solid grounds for rejection, are to do with the height. I think it's too high. It's very visible and it overshadows the local housing. There's certainly damage to the heritage of both conservation areas. And there's lack of any meaningful consultation and missing residents' letters, which has just been explained to some extent. I understand that. So let me take height, for example. This is a planning application that adds additional floors, and it removes evidence of the townhouses and 4-storey blocks that were agreed in previous applications, including those dating from around 2006. I cannot see how a pre-existing and now demolished tower block in two conservation areas can be the basis for a new development of this overwhelming height. Its height is staggering. It dwarfs the suburban houses and the mid-height 3 to 4-storey blocks that are around. The residents were generally pleased with the 2006 building heights, not mentioned in the planning report, unfortunately. But since then, it's been an uphill battle against ever-increasing building heights and the removal of the lower level housing. It wrecks some of the best views in Sheffield, and it needs to be at a level that's acceptable to residents and also to the integrity of the conservation area. At the moment, it stands at the very top of the density level for this type of housing. Lower levels could easily be achieved within the council's own policy of CS 26B and remain an efficient use of land within NPPF. On heritage, it's a bold and striking contemporary design, which is absolutely fine in its own place, but it simply does not fit in any way whatsoever in the area, neither in the conservation area nor the one it's next to. It doesn't protect or enhance either of those areas. It's too tall, it's too big, and it uses the wrong materials in an area that's largely composed of Victorian and Edwardian housing. There's been a lot of disruption, and so local people have little faith in the proper control of noise and in the summer dust on site. Promises were made about acoustic fencing on the previous application, as we've just been informed, but it hasn't happened. Why didn't that happen before the groundwork started in September? I don't understand, and neither do local people. The construction method, I'm told, is called slip form, which includes a continuous pouring of concrete. What one resident has described as relentless convoys of concrete mixer trucks. Now, these are on the access road, and that access road is next to the block of flats there, 3 to 4-storey in height, which have put in a petition. The summer's going to bring dust from the building works. There's already light pollution from the site, even to the residents some distance away on the corner of Manchester Road. So what I'd like to know is why isn't the acoustic fence installed before works have commenced? Finally, consultation. Councillors were notified, but very few local people had heard of it. And it was only myself and my local political party who went out and informed local residents before local residents realised what was going off on site. Is it a breach of the council's own planning regulations? It doesn't sound like it, but I've had no reply on my email from the planning department on this. A letter came through to local residents from the construction company. I have a photocopy of that here, and I've sent this along to the planning committee if that can be shared.
Thank you.
It's unaddressed, it's undated,
5 minutes,
and it's badly written.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Right, if we could remove Mr. Humshaw from the meeting room, please. And Chris, if you'd like to respond to the comments made by the speaker.
Chair, I'll just start briefly by mentioning the developer letter. There is no, there's no planning requirement for the developer to have consulted with the residents, and how they manage the site and the relationship with residents is something that we're unable to get involved in. I have seen the letter. It's a letter informing people that they're going to start work, etc. It's quite common, but we don't insist on that. To go to the sort of the planning issues that were raised there, the key one I've already commented on the publicity. The key ones raised were about the height, it being too tall and overshadowing properties. We've covered that within the report, Chair, in terms of it's undeniably a tall building in the conservation area, and it's a very complicated and long-winded planning history that's led us to this position. We're not. The justification for the for accepting a tall building in this location in this particular case isn't the fact that there was one there some years ago that's now demolished. The most important and most pertinent point is there's an extant planning permission that is allows the construction legitimately, which has already been implemented, hence the phrase extant. That allows a 40-metre high building of 13 stories in height, and that is a very significant material consideration. What essentially we're considering is the additional 2 floors, and as I said previously, that's an extra 5.7 metres. And the view we've taken with that is that yes, it's an increase in a building that was already very tall, and purely in terms of its height, out of kilter somewhat with neighbouring properties. But the view that we've taken and we've expressed within the report is that those additional 2 stories we don't feel will make such a significant alteration to the overall appearance of that building within the context that it sits, such that you could reasonably conclude that those extra 2 stories were so much more harmful than the previous, the approved and being implemented 13. And it's the same consideration really for the impact on the conservation areas. As I say, it straddles 2. And the additional two floors we don't feel will make such a significant difference that that they could be considered harmful. So we're comfortable with a recommendation to support it, Chair, on that basis.
Okay.
I think that was the main point that was raised. In terms of the acoustic fencing, I'd have to check the exact wording of the condition, Chair, but I believe the acoustic fencing is required to be installed before the development's occupied rather than being constructed. And a lot of the noise and disturbance that was referenced there, that's generally covered by environmental protection legislation. But there is also a construction management plan condition that will deal with a number of those things, on the original consent, and also I'm just checking now as I'm talking to you on this one. No, I believe it's on the original one, so the one that's being constructed at the moment. I'd have to check that, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I'll open it up to questions. Questions by members. I've got Councillor Sangar, Councillor Hurst and Councillor Davidson and Councillor Garbett. Okay, question please, Councillor Sangar.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, I feel we've been backwards and forwards with this over the years, but just in terms of the BBEST policies, I mean, I know they've been working for 5 or 6 years, and they're very, very close to the next stage, the examining stage. So I know you talk about it in terms of page 94 and 95. Well, if it had been fully approved, if BBEST had been fully approved, would the design policies in BBEST how would they change the judgment in terms of this application?
Thanks, Chair. The position is in terms of BBEST, and it's as a neighbourhood plan, and the weight given to the policies is as set out in the report there. In terms of this particular proposal, and going back, almost repeating the comments that I was making before, really, those extra 2 stories on a building that's already fit 13 stories, I don't think there would have been a significant change in our view as in interpreting those policies, Chair.
Okay, Councillor Sangar. Okay.
Okay.
Councillor Diane Hurst.
Thank you, Chair. My question is around, I mean, we have an existing planning application, a planning permission that's been granted for a 13-story building. We're increasing that by 2 floors, but in doing so, we're taking away another block. And the people from the mansions blocks of flats are further away from the main block than they would have been from the extension bit. That's not, you know, there's a main block and there's the 4 or 5 story extension to it that's been taken away. So in actual fact, it's improving the position, I think, for them, isn't it? Because it's taking away something that's at a more imposing height, closer to them. I'm trying to work my way to what difference they will see from, you know, the new planning application to the existing one.
Okay, Chair, I think I'll share my screen if I can, just to explain that. Actually, the removal of the 5-story block that is referred to as the main block, albeit it was lower than the tower, the removal of that block occurred on the previous permission, so that has already occurred. So perhaps sharing the screen isn't that important, although I can do if it would help, because the main block that I will share, it'll be easier. So if I can just find the right slide. Well, first of all, this is the position of the tower. This is Fulwood Park Mansions, and what's referred to as the main block was proposed to sit here, sort of in between the tower and Fulwood Park Mansions. So Fulwood Park Mansions properties would sit here, and that's the access road with the acoustic fence that runs between them. So the current consent, although this is the main block's indicated here in red, it says here it is omitted from the scheme at that point. So the benefit, to answer Councillor Hurst's question accurately, I suppose, the benefit, if there is a benefit in the removal of that portion from the scheme for the residents of Fulwood Park Mansions, occurred under the previous consent. So we are really just back to this additional 2 floors here, which is that distance from those properties.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Davidson next.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I gather that in what you said, that there's no precedent for a 15-storey or a high-rise building because of what has gone before. That's the first question. Is that right? Do I?
Chair, sorry, what I was trying to say is, I think the speaker referred to, or implied, and I may have took it the wrong way, but implied a reliance on the presence of a previous tower on the site as being a material consideration in this particular case. And what I was trying to point out is that the material consideration is that there is an existing permission that is being built almost as we speak for a 13-storey tower. So in that context, yes, that it's not so much precedent, it's a material consideration that it is happening. And again, the question is the additional 2 stories on top of that acceptable?
Okay, so those are 2 additional stories. How many extra apartments will there be as a result of that build?
I don't off the top know the answer to that, Chair, because it's not as straightforward as that, because the layouts of the apartments within the remaining floors have been altered. In fact, I'm not sure there is a change at all. It's almost identical number. I don't know the exact number off the top of my head. I'm just
It's 103.
103 now.
Yes.
And
That's what
and the original permission was for 122 units plus 11 3-storey townhouses. So we were in the realms of 130 odd units previously, but I'm not sure how many units were left in the scheme that is being implemented now. It's about the same number, but I don't know for certain because of the change in the so although there are the 2 extra floors, I think some of the units have got larger.
Okay. The last thing is that once you've gone to a certain height, then overlooking doesn't become an extra problem. Is that right?
That's the view we've taken, Chair, and we've tried to express in the report that an additional 2 stories at a significant height above those properties below and viewed at an angle, we didn't feel we could reasonably say that those extra floors caused a harmful level of overlooking, over and above what occurs already on and around the site and with the development that's got consent.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Garbett.
Thank you, Chair. I've got several questions. Can I ask them all at once? Because
yes, you can do.
Yeah, okay. At one point in your report, you mentioned some cladding. I think we all know where I'm going on this one. Can we make absolute certain that that cladding is fireproof, please? And that I don't know if that can be made a condition or what have you. Yeah. Okay. Next one, on page 97, you mentioned that each unit is of a reasonable size, but it doesn't actually give any dimensions. Do you have those? It would be helpful to me to come to a decision. On page 98, you say that the company is using Fabric First to meet the 10% from renewables requirement, and again, as ever, when it's Fabric First, there are no details. I'm beginning to wonder what that Fabric First can be. I don't know much about it, so it would be good to have details on that. 2 extra stories, but it does say that the drainage isn't going to change as a result. I'm puzzled as to that. There's 2 extra stories and it's quite a lot of extra people, so I'm puzzled about that. Planting scheme, can it be more productive? Can we have, instead of the planting scheme that's there, can we have it more environmentally friendly, more bee friendly, more fruit trees maybe, or vegetable growing or something like that? And finally, it's great that we've got a donation or a contribution towards affordable housing of 128,000, and I understand that that had to be fought for. A development of this size, I would have thought, would have been able to generate a lot more profit than that, and a higher contribution than 128,000 towards affordable housing. So if you could comment on that, that would be great. I'd like to listen to your answer. Okay, thanks. That's it. There's quite a few there. Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll go through them one by one and in the order that they came. So the cladding, I mentioned earlier that there's an existing commission that obviously had a number of pre-commencement conditions attached to it, or different stage of development conditions, not all necessarily the pre-commencement. And as the development is now on site, then a number of those are in the process, in the system. Some of them have already been cleared. Some have been, many have been approved. Some have been not approved because the details weren't satisfactory, and others are still in the system. The cladding panels were part of the materials package, which has, I understand, been approved, and I think we mentioned that in the report. I don't know what the fire specification, etc., of that cladding panel is, but it has been approved, and I'm sure that it will have been. It's clearly in everybody's minds at the moment. I can't sit here and say it has been checked for fire safety, etc. But
wouldn't that be in building regulations?
It's mainly building regulations.
Yeah.
It's recently been introduced to planning through the new permitted development rights that have been given recently by the government for adding extra floors on top of buildings without planning permission. One of the conditions of that is that they meet fire certification. So I'm sorry, Chair, I can't give you a categoric answer on that, other than to say that the materials have already been approved and were approved a couple of months ago, as far as I'm aware. How big are the individual units? Do I have the full details? No, I don't. I don't have the floor areas of them. They're quite generous. We tend to, where we're concerned about the floor, the size of the units, we will flag that up in reports. But these were sufficiently generous that we felt there wasn't the need to, Chair. I don't have the details to hand. Similarly, fabric first. That's the intent. That's the chosen method of dealing with the climate change policies. I'm just checking that there is a condition, which is condition number 6, that requires full details of that. So we'll get more detail at that stage, but that is their stated intention. It's quite common for a developer to identify the route without going into the full detail, and then we'll condition the detail to make sure they comply later on. In terms of drainage, I think what we're saying there in terms of the drainage won't change. That is one matter that I know the condition has been determined on that and has been approved after very lengthy toing and froing and involvement of Yorkshire Water and the lead local flood authority as well, in terms of getting that detail right. But that has been approved. I think what we were saying there about it not changing is the overall sort of surface treatment of the site and the the developable area, if you like, hasn't changed. Yes, I accept that there'll be more pressure perhaps as a result of more people on the site, but those details have been approved, and we understand can take account of this. But there are measures in place to ensure that. And the planting scheme, I'm just checking which conditions we've used here for the planting scheme. That I believe is also, I think we say this in the report, the planting scheme has also been approved as part of that original scheme. And I know that tree protection measures and things like that are in place. Finally, on the affordable housing, that is the figure that was arrived at after the usual toing and froing, Chair, with initially a statement that the scheme wasn't able to afford a contribution, and then when that the developer's viability appraisal was submitted to our own independent surveyor, their advice was that they disagreed with that, and there was the usual debate that takes place, and a figure of 128,000 was agreed to in the end by the applicant. I mean, the site, I'm not here to speak on behalf of the applicant, Chair, but the site we are very aware, given the length of time that there have been consents on this site and nothing's happened, that it's been a challenge to get a scheme, to put a scheme together that that washes its face financially. So we did push them on the affordable housing, but we've done no different here than with any other scheme. We've gone with the valuer's advice, and that's been through negotiation with the applicants and their advisors too. I'm sorry I can't answer in more detail some of the other points.
No, it's okay. I think you've been quite clear. That's lovely. Thank you. Councillor Garbett?
No, you've answered my questions. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Any more questions before we move to comments? Is it a question, Councillor Davidson? Because you've already asked one. Is it a comment?
Yes. No, it is a question.
Question.
Yeah. Could I ask if the planning officers can give advice to the housing standards, because what we'd require is sprinklers in such tall buildings to offset any dangers of what we have seen in the past. Are you allowed to give them that sort of advice?
Chair, it's a building regulator. Sprinklers and internal systems such as that are a building regulations matter.
Yeah.
But
it's already covered. It's already covered.
Yeah, it's already covered. It's built. I think we had this discussion regarding one in the city centre, which we had quite in depth about that. Yeah. Councillor Clarkson, is it a question or a comment? You're muted.
Yeah. Thanks, Chair, anyway.
No. Question, Councillor Clarkson.
Yeah, I just wanted to, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask Chris if, or I might have missed it, what are the two floors, Chris? What are the heights of the two floors in total?
An extra 5.7 metres, Chair.
5.7 metres. Thank you. That's all I wanted, Chair.
Men in the detail. Right, comments? No comments? A comment from Councillor Sangar?
Yes, I mean, local residents are clearly upset at how long this process has gone and the number of applications. And I certainly I understand how frustrated they are. I have to say, I don't think the scheme we've got before us is a particularly good scheme, and I don't see any reason to add a further 2 stories on. I mean, it's always been out of keeping with the nature of the 2 conservation areas. There was always it's always going to be challenging to redevelop this site. I accept that, but I feel the application we've got got before us today is not a particularly good one, and I don't see any justification for adding a further 2 heights, so I'll be voting against it.
Any more comments? Councillor Davidson.
I must say that it wouldn't have been my favourite one, but given what we've got before us, I can't see that an extra 2 stories are going to make any difference. That's all I've got to say. Right?
Okay, that's fine. Okay then. Councillor Price.
Just to agree with the previous speaker, Chair, I can't see any reason for turning it down. We'd have never accepted, I guess, the hotel today. Nevertheless, it has a record, and it was quite a thing that people could see for a long way away a long time ago. And like the previous thing, I can't see any planning reason for turning it down. If we've already accepted the last application, another couple of floors don't seem to make a lot of difference to me, Chair. So I'm going to support the officer recommendation.
Any more comments? No, okay, we'll move to the vote. So the officer recommendation is to grant conditionally subject to legal agreement. Is that correct, Chris? Because we had a bit of a correction to it.
Yes, that's correct, Chair, yes.
Lovely, okay. So Councillor Peter Price.
For Chair.
Councillor Roger Davidson.
For Chair.
Councillor Andrew Sangar.
Against, Chair.
Councillor Peter Garbett.
Against, Chair.
Councillor Gary Weatherall.
For, Chair.
Councillor Diane Hurst.
For, Chair.
Councillor Bob McCann.
For, Chair.
Councillor Clarkson.
For, Chair.
Councillor Steinke.
For, Chair.
Councillor Naz.
For, Chair.
Councillor Chaplin.
For, Chair.
Okay, I make that 8 for and 2 again. 8, 9, 10. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 for and 2 against. That's right, isn't it? Because Councillor Dams has left, so it's not very well. So that's why I was just double checking. That's fine. Okay, so that application is approved. As I said at the beginning of the meeting, we will now have a comfort break after these 2. Okay then, so I'll see you back here. If you could turn your videos off and your screens off, and I'll see you back here at 5:05. Okay, thank you.
Just me and you, Roger.
Yeah, what happened to that picture that you had up?
Oh, that's my girlfriend. It's a it's a computer. Mine's been playing up, so it's automatically a Zoom, like, you know, it comes up as a, what you call it.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's better looking than you, Jack.
Yeah. Oh, thanks. Yeah, thanks for that, Roger.
No, I'm only teasing you.
I know, yeah. Yeah. Oh, Gary.
Hey, oh, Jack. I don't think so, Jack. You're good looking, you mate. But she's better looking than you, that photo, yes.
Yeah, I know. They get longer, these planning committees, don't they?
They do, but the next shouldn't take quite as long, I don't think.
Oh,
It's because it's because we still haven't got a city plan, so they're still trying to push it. I mean, both those two have been sitting on the books for months.
oh yeah. I mean, that last one, people in that area. I mean, like you said, for years.
Can I just remind everybody that we're still live streaming? Thank you.
Yeah, better not discuss it.
Yeah,
just discuss holidays.
All right.
Yeah. Keep the conversation safe.
Yeah. Have you booked your holiday anyway?
No.
Not yet.
We're all waiting. I've got one tied over from last year, so
we're waiting to see whether the lockdown does get eased.
Yeah.
I was going to say it could change overnight.
Yeah, it could.
I mean, it's all right saying like pubs can open, but you only need a bit of a spike again. And anyway, we want to sit in a beer garden in a duffel coat and wellies.
Oh, no.
Oh, you're doing Prague.
I'd settle for that at home.
I'll serve
Have you been
you,
in winter,
Peter.
Jane?
Sorry?
Have you been to Prague in winter?
I have, yeah. I went on Valentine's Day with my son.
It's great.
Many years
snow
ago.
on the ground, and mulled wine.
It's lovely, yeah. But you know what? It snowed on the way to the airport, and when we got there, they didn't have any snow. I was mortified, and we bought all these snowy, like boots and everything to wear. Yeah, it was wonderful.
Stay in England this year. Stay in England, support our bed and breakfasts and hotels.
I've got
I
my
know, I've
challenge to
not
take up
even
again.
opened my appointment book up. I've just messaged all my customers to say I will wait until nearer the time, to make sure. Anyway, we are live streaming, so have you been misbehaving while I disappeared?
No, nobody's told us off.
They have.
Yeah, afraid so.
You're desperate to get yourself on YouTube, aren't you? Well, you're not going to do it. Right then, are we nearly ready?
This is not the parish council, is it?
No, I was going to say, but the only person I know exactly. Oh, you certainly got the shirt on to get them talking, Gary.
Hey, do you like it? My wife hates it, so I wear it regularly.
So you thought you'd make me suffer it, did you?
Yeah, rest of you as well. Look at that. It's great.
You should have sunglasses on with that.
I thought you spilled it in the paint, Gary.
I don't want to advertise, but it's weird fish. And I picked it up. I picked it up in sale. And Angela said, Gary, you can't wear that. It's inside out. So I pulled it inside out. I said, it's the right way around. That's the pattern. She was, no, she said, you don't want to wear that.
Well, it's all right via Zoom, but I've only got you small. I'm not going to put you on speaker view after that, right? Okay.
I thought it was the result of a paint spill.
I'm just so glad you've not made any comments about my dress. That's all I can say. Anyway, bit of moments full of, can't even speak, frivolity. And we'll get back to business. Okay. Okay, Jay, are we nearly ready? We're just waiting for... It's Chris. Is Chris here? Oh, yeah. Okay. Jay, are we ready to go again?
We're all good for me, Jane, yeah.
Okay, that's lovely. Okay, I make it couple of seconds. Okay, I think we're all ready to go, so I think we can go. Okay, welcome back. Okay, so back to the agenda, item 7C, application number 200422/FUL, formerly PP 092951141. It's a full planning application that proposes a demolition of existing rear extension and erection of new 2-storey rear extension and single-storey side extension. The location is Tapton Elms Lodge, 46 Taptonville Road, Sheffield S10 5BR, and the officer is Chris.
Move the recommendation, Chair.
Sorry?
Move the recommendation.
Councillor Clarkson, could you mute, please, as well, just before, in case you cough or something? That's brilliant. Thank you. Go ahead, Chris.
I'll just share the screen, Chair. Can everybody see that?
Yep.
Yeah, good. Okay. So, yeah, the building concerned, the site concerned, is this small lodge building here that sits at the top of Taptonville Road in Broom Hill and is within an entirely residential area. Members will be perhaps familiar with this site here, which was the subject of a planning application that was approved on appeal for a large development here on the site of the former Tapton Halls University land. And we also had a recent approval of an application here for conversion into apartments. So this is the site at the top of Taptonville Road in Broom Hill, in the Broom Hill Conservation Area. It's currently used as a single dwelling. That image, the aerial shot, shows the former university halls rather than the residential development that exists now. And that's quite important because one of the key issues is the relationship to this building here, which is number 9 Hallamgate Road, and I'll come on to that shortly. So the character, we've got a lot of classic sort of Broom Hill villa style properties up and down Taptonville Road, along with other incursions such as this block, which I think was built in about the 50s and was recently, about sort of 10-12 years ago, reclad and slightly extended, so it's got a relatively modern appearance. These buildings on here, as you see from the photographs as I go through them, have elements of conservation area character within them, but they're unmistakably new. And then other residential properties, less typical of the conservation area on this side of the road. So this is the lodge building at the moment, and you'll note there's an element of an extension here at the back, and this gable, it's important to note this gable wall at present, that's the original gable wall, it's been severed by this extension. You'll see even that the barge board detail here, these details are cut short, and the extension runs straight across. It's a view slightly further away. These are recent photographs. This is now starting to come down the hill a bit, and this property here in the background is the one I referred to as number 9 Hallamgate Road, and that is part of the new development on the university site. That probably shows better that how the gable has just been kind of bolted onto in terms of this extension here, which is quite a crude extension, we feel. This image is a photo montage showing the proposed extension, and you'll see a ground floor. I'll show you a plan shortly, but you'll see a ground floor extension here and a first floor extension here, and that is now set back. That's pushed back behind this gable wall following an amendment that we recently secured. So it was originally proposed just to carry on again by sort of extending that gable wall, but we felt it was an enhancement to reinstate the gable wall in full, so you read better the original lodge building. This is a view from further back, and note this quite unattractive timber fence. The application also proposes rebuilding of the stone wall along here and around this frontage to encompass that within the garden. It's not changing ownership or anything, it's just improving the boundary, which is quite poor at the moment, and I think detracts from the character of the conservation area. And that's a kind of a wider view of that. And again, you see number 9 Hallamgate Road here, and if you note these windows, they are effectively first floor windows there, second floor windows there, and there's a ground floor further below. This is that property number 9 from the other side. So there are a series of 3 windows here, here, and here, and then and the front door is also, although it's on the side of the property, the main entrance door is also here. That's another image of that property. So our application site, sorry, I should have confirmed that here. This is the lodge building, this is our application site. You'll see there's a bit of a level difference as well there, not just a height difference in the properties, in that number 9 is taller. And that view is, you can just pick out the lodge building here. So the existing extension, the top of the existing extension is broadly in line with or just below the tops of these first floor windows here serving this property. So in terms of proposed plans, this is the extent of the original lodge building, and this is extension. So it's quite a large extension. And there was a previous refused application, which I'll mention shortly, that was considerably larger than this. What you'll note is at first floor level, this wall is set back here. So this is first floor extension here, and then this section here is ground floor extension. And in total, that's the total footprint. 2 car parking spaces here. And that's the position of the reinstated boundary wall running along there in place of the fencing. It's a flat roofed extension. As I said, it's pushed back now. This gable is revealed, if for want of a better expression, set back by ½ metre. This isn't a roof terrace here. It won't be used as a roof terrace, and there are conditions to prevent that. There's a roof light on top of here. This is the single story extension here, which is actually set back. You'll see in a moment, well, you see there actually that that's set back considerably, around 3 metres back from the front edge of the lodge building. There are windows, some small windows. These are obscure glazed windows that serve staircase, a small kind of study platform area, and an ensuite, but they're obscure windows, so there'd be no overlooking in that direction. What this plan attempts to show, it's quite difficult to see, Chair, but this top plan shows the proposed first floor. That shows the existing first floor. That's the extent of the existing first floor extension. And that is the extent of the proposed first floor extension. So that's the increase in size at first floor level. And then this is the ground floor portion. So that's it in terms of the images there, Chair. Just to refer you, if I can, to item 4 on the supplementary information. We've had 2 additional representations, one received just before the meeting. The first one is from the occupants of number 9 Hallamgate Road, and that's this property, just as a reminder. So what they're concerned about, they feel that there's some incorrect statements within the report. We've checked them and we're happy with the statements, Chair. There's a disagreement on the outcome, if you like. The occupants feel that they will suffer a loss of amenity. that's why I've gone to great lengths, Chair, to try and show you these slides, because this shows the relationship.
Yeah.
You'll see, if we go back to this one, that would be the height of the extension coming along here. And I'll return to a plan in a moment. So it would come out at the same height as the existing extension, but obviously quite a bit further. One thing that's referred to there in that representation, as you'll see, is that they suggest the property would not have any rear garden. Well, it wouldn't have a rear garden as such. There is no kind of portion to that site. There's only a tiny little bit at present here. But it has a considerable garden that is perfectly adequate for the size of property. So we don't have any concerns about that. And it also says there, it talks about distances to ensure privacy, and I'll come on to that with a second comment, because the second comment that came from another resident on Hallamgate Road raises a number of issues there. First of all, an absence of detail around quality of materials, etc. That is conditioned. We'll get that as part of the planning condition submissions. It says the lodge isn't dilapidated, and it was a family home until recently. We haven't said it's dilapidated, Chair. The reference in the report to dilapidated is a reference from one of the objectors. That's not our term. The extension will be visible from the road. The slides demonstrate that, and our report acknowledges that. There is then a reference partway down that representation to, it says, contrary to the Council's supplementary planning guidance on house extensions, guideline 2 states 2-storey flat roofed extensions to dwellings with pitched roofs will not normally be approved if the roof line is clearly visible from the street. It does say that, Chair, in guideline 2, but what the representation omits from that is an extension of that sentence that says any such extension, i.e. any flat roofed extension, should be set back by 5.5 metres from the frontage, and this one's set back much more than that. It's down here, as opposed to, you know, the implication of the guideline is that you could have a 0.5 metre setback and accept a flat roofed extension. So I just thought that was worth pointing out, Chair. And
that's really helpful. Thank you.
Yes, it will be visible. The representation said it'd be visible, etc. And yes, we acknowledge that within the report, but we give the reasons why we think it's acceptable. Thank you, Chair.
Lovely. That concludes your report. That's fine. We have no speakers, so I will open it up straight up to committee. So questions from committee, please. No questions. Any question from Councillor Garbett? Councillor Davison then wants to speak because it. No, it's Councillor Garbett first.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. You were talking about the garden area earlier on, and that it was of an adequate size. Can you tell me whether it's lawn or planted or hard standing, and if that's at all relevant in planning parlance?
Chair, it can be relevant because it can contribute to things like flood risk, etc. In terms of garden provision, you know, has someone got an adequate sized garden, then it's not particularly relevant. But in this case, it is a mixture of lawn where the trees are and those 2 car parking spaces that run along the top. It's predominantly vegetation, though.
Okay. Councillor Davidson.
Mine's a comment, Chair.
Oh, that's fine. Oh, I'm impressed. Okay. Question? No? Okay.
Yes.
Yes, question,
Chair.
Councillor Chaplin.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Are the trees in the garden elm trees?
Sorry, Chair. I think the question was: are the trees elm trees?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, Chair. I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. Is it relevant to planning?
It's relevant to the name of the house.
Well, I think this is that planning consideration. Councillor Chaplin's probably got planning. Okay, right, okay, so we'll move on. If there's no more questions, we'll move on to comments. And I do have Councillor Davidson down for a comment. And Councillor Chaplin, no problem.
Right.
Nobody else?
Thank you very much. It's an area I know well, and it's a beautiful road with Georgian buildings on. Actually, I have no objection to this this particular one. I believe it used to belong to the university, part of the music department, but the house that abuts it or is behind it was built long after that house. So I don't see what complaints they could have. So I'm going to go with the recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Chaplin.
I agree with Roger Davidson, Chair.
Oh dear.
Thank you. It's an area I used to know well, about 30 years past. But I was pleased to see that the gable is being restored, because as you look at the building as it is at present, it does seem to have been cruelly mismanaged with the previous extension. I think this new extension will be an overall improvement to the building, and I'm in agreement with the officers. I cannot see how the neighbouring properties can lose out on loss of amenity, given the gap between the two properties.
Thank you
and
for
the
your
arrangements of
comment.
the windows.
No, really positive. Yeah. Okay. Before we go to the vote, I just need to check that Councillor Naz heard the full presentation. Because I think your camera was off at one point, but obviously when the screen's on. Did you hear the full presentation, Councillor Naz? Sorry?
My lights were off, that's why it went dark.
Really can't hear what you.
Yeah, the lights was off. That's why she got up to go.
Okay, that's absolutely. It's just really important that that's fine, because when the presentation's on for the public, I don't have view of all the councillors at that time. So
I don't miss out now. My hearing aids are in.
Lovely. Okay, that's fun. That is fantastic. Could we now go ahead? Right, the officer recommendation is to grant conditionally. Okay, Councillor Price.
In favour, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Davidson.
For, Chair.
Councillor Sangar.
For, Chair.
Councillor Garbett.
For, Chair.
Councillor Weatherall.
For, Chair.
Councillor Diane Hurst.
For, Chair.
Councillor Bob McCann.
For, Chair.
Councillor Jack Clarkson.
For, Chair.
Councillor Jim Steinke.
For, Chair.
And Councillor Zahira Naz.
For, Chair.
And Councillor Mike Chaplin.
For, Chair.
I make that fully supportive with 8 votes. Okay, thank you very much. That application is granted. Item 7D, which is application number 20/03978/FUL, formerly PP 092344147, for planning application. The proposal is a demolition of existing dwelling house, erection of 3 detached dwelling houses and associated works. Works location is the Populars, 21 Chorley Drive, Sheffield, S10 3RQ. Diana.
Thank you, Chair, and apologies if there's a dog barking in the background. Okay, I will share the screen. Oh, wrong one. Okay, so the application site comprises of a detached dwelling house in large grounds located on the south side of Chorley Drive in Fulwood. Here's Chorley Drive. Here's the application site. And you can see that a public footpath runs along the southeastern site boundary, connecting Chorley Drive to Canterbury Avenue. The area is entirely residential in character, and properties consist of detached and semi-detached dwellings with pitched roofs and in most cases a rendered finish. These are photographs of the existing brick-built dwelling house. This is the house that occupies the site at the moment. It has 2 stories to the street, and you can see here it has 3 stories to the rear. The land slopes from down from the north to the south, and it's got very large ground. You can't quite see it here. There is there was a tennis court in the back garden. In these photographs, you can see the public footpath here that runs alongside the site. This footpath is owned and maintained by the council. And here are some further views of the application site and some of the neighbouring properties. And you can see that with their rendered finish pitch roofs, they're typical of properties in the local area. The application site is a bit of an anomaly, built entirely in brick. Planning permission is sought for the demolition of the existing house and the erection of 3 detached dwelling houses, which follow the established building line. So that's plot 1, plot 2 and plot 3. Each house has a drive for 2 vehicles at the front and gardens to the rear. The original proposal sought to close the existing public footpath, which attracted many local objections. However, the scheme has since been amended and the footpath shown here is now being retained. In this slide, you can see details of the property on plot 1. Like the existing house, all 3 properties will have 2 stories to the street. This is the street scene, and 3 to the rear. This is the rear elevation. Plot 1 also has an integral double garage. This is the property on plot 2. While all 3 properties are modern in appearance, they all feature pitch roofs and the rendered finish to reflect the local character. Plot 3 is slightly different to the other 2, as it has a rear single-storey extension at lower ground level. You can see that here. It houses a double garage, which will be accessible from Canterbury Avenue. Here are the elevations of plot 3. You can see the rear extension here, which will run along the side of the public footpath. In this slide, we have a street scene elevation and below a section through the site, illustrating the changes in level. You can see that the scale of the development is pretty much consistent with other properties on on Chorley Drive, sorry. And in this final slide, we have an illustration of the development as seen from Chorley Drive. Just to recap a few points, all 3 properties have 4 off-street parking spaces. Separation distances are approximately 30 metres, of approximately 30 metres are maintained with existing houses to the front and rear. There is a mature highway tree which is likely to be lost to enable the construction of one of these driveways. A tree survey was submitted with the application and it identified the tree as a Category C tree, a Category C cherry tree with a thin crown and that is in a state of decline. And we've proposed a condition which secures the replacement of any lost highway trees. And then can I just draw your attention, I'll just stop sharing the screen, Chair. I'll draw attention to item 5 on the supplementary. It's just a point of clarification to say that the representation received from Councillor Alston raised concerns, but it was categorised as a neutral comment and not an objection. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We have no speakers on the application, so we'll go straight to questions from committee. If you could indicate, I can see Councillor Sangar. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. And you know, I think the first question would just be following on from the number of representations about the footpath. So can I just clarify The footpath's no longer in the site, but in the construction phase, is there any need to close it at any point? I notice on page 125, condition 6. I mean, that's not referring to the footpath, is it? I mean, I understood. Am I correct in understanding that during the construction phase of this development, the public footpath would remain open?
Dinah.
That's right. There's no intention to close it. I'm just wondering whether
can I just
directive? It's not a condition. It's a directive, and I suppose the requirement will be they probably will need to close or may need to at some point close the footway along on Chorley Drive to carry out some of the construction works. So I think the directive is relevant, and it doesn't relate to, as far as I'm aware, of temporary closure of the footpath. That should remain open.
Thank you. And can I just go back to the slides in terms of the colour palette and surrounding buildings? I mean, would it be fair to say that there are, on the other side of the road, there are other buildings that are in red brick, and that this is a different? The grey being proposed here is slightly different to other buildings on the road.
The grey brick is slightly different. I suppose it contributes to the contemporary appearance of the buildings. The predominant material in the area is render. There is then probably red brick, but we felt that you know the contemporary appearance, the predominant use of render was acceptable and sufficiently in keeping with the character of the area. The area is not a conservation area, but it does have a fairly consistent feel to it, and we felt that this wasn't too far removed from that.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Question from Councillor Weatherall.
Yes, thanks, Chair. It's just going on with Andy's actually. Can we bring the wrap up again on for the public footpath on Chorley Drive at the end? I just want to really look at that if we can. I know we're saying it shouldn't. It's not going to be.
Is this the plan?
No, there's another one. What shows
this one?
That's the one. So if you go off Chorley Drive, is it?
Yes.
To the bottom, and then you're coming down that footpath. Yes. Where's at that corner there? Yes. I just wonder if you should have a couple of bollards on that side, because if the cars are coming out, you said there's going to be a drive on that side, isn't it? Yeah. So
there is actually already a drive here.
All right.
This provides access to these houses, vehicular access to these houses here. So there are already cars moving in this vicinity, and the vehicular crossing to the garage at the rear shouldn't interfere with the route of the footpath, which is to the side. It's directly onto the highway.
And they're not going to close it off. That I mean, it's going to be a building site. It's going to have big machinery on there. So I just wonder if a temporary order ought to be put place on that footpath.
I imagine they should be able to fence it and construct it. If they do have to apply to temporarily close it, they will have to do that through our highway records team, as the directive suggests. That hasn't been indicated. It is possible, I guess, and that would normally be allowed, to facilitate development, but it would only be for a very temporary period.
Yeah, I can see the footpath now on this side, going to where the footpath is down the side of the new build. So, yeah, I was just thinking about a ballard, because if Henry comes out and that drive, but like I said, there's an existing drive there already. So, yeah, thanks for that, Chair.
Thank you. Roger, you need to mute, love. You're sneezing on camera. We don't want to catch anything. Okay, thank you. Any more questions? Any comments? Okay, Councillor Sangar for a comment. That's fine. Andrew, go ahead.
Yes, thanks, Chair. I mean, I shall be supporting the officer's recommendation. I mean, say local people use both the footpath we've been talking about, but also the footpath further up on Chorley Drive. The house that's been demolished has has no significant merit, and we're replacing one property with 3, and I think these pitched roofs do actually look quite good. So you know, I think, you know, this is perfectly, this is a reasonable change, and, you know, addition of two going from 1 to 3. So I think we should welcome it.
Yeah. Councillor Price.
Yeah, support Andrew. He's took the words out of my mouth. I think it's an improvement in the area, and I fully support the officer's recommendation, Chair.
Yeah, I quite like the look of them. I must admit, they're really interesting. Right, okay, if there's no more comments, so the officer recommendation is to grant conditionally. Councillor Price.
For.
Councillor Davidson.
For, Chair.
Councillor Sangar.
For, Chair.
Councillor Garbett.
For, Chair.
Councillor Weatherall.
For, Chair.
Councillor Hurst.
For, Chair.
Councillor McCann.
For, Chair.
Councillor Clarkson.
For, Chair.
Councillor Steinke.
For, Chair.
Councillor Naz.
For, Chair.
And Councillor Chaplin.
For, Chair.
Thank you. I'll make that 11. That's application is granted. On to application 7E, which is 20/04543/FUL, formerly PP 092834426. It's a full planning application. There's a demolition of a building in a conservation area to allow future redevelopment. The location is the ABEC building, 1 Sydney Street, Sheffield, S1 4RQ, and it's Lucy Bond that will be presenting. Is Lucy here? Oh, we just need to get Lucy into the room. Oh, she's here now. Welcome, Lucy.
Afternoon, Chair.
I've done your intro for you.
I was waiting in the wings. Thanks, Chair. I'll just share my screen if that's okay with everybody.
Please.
Can you see that okay?
We can.
Okay, thank you. So, Chair, this is an application to demolish a rundown building in the Cultural Industries Quarter Conservation Area, which would allow this site and the adjoining car park site. I'll just flick on. I realise that this aerial shot that members have seen was out of date, so I've just picked one off Google as well. So it's this site here and the adjoining car park site, you'll know, and the Porterbrook Park is here, but this is the building in question that's proposed to be demolished. And what it would do is allow this whole site by the Porterbrook Park and up to persistence works to be marketed for redevelopment soon after. And funding for the demolition has been secured from Sheffield City Region, but there is a time constraint to that funding for the end of this financial year. So this site and the adjoining site are actually included within an informal planning advice note, which will go out with the marketing particulars, and that expresses a requirement to extend the existing riverside footpath through this site. And obviously members will notice there's been a lot of comments about that particular issue submitted. The building is identified as one which has a negative impact on the area in the conservation area appraisal, so its loss is seen as a benefit in general. The small area of existing car parking, I'll just flick through these shots. I think I've got a photo with the parking on it. No, maybe I haven't, but that small area of parking there would be retained, but the rest of the site, that's where the building is, would be fenced off, so that would not become a car park. So that would be fenced off pending redevelopment. There is a supplementary report, Chair, which is report number 2. We're proposing an additional condition, which is just to secure a boundary treatment to the riverside, because at the point where the building is, that will need a boundary to obviously stop anybody entering the river. There's already a palisade fence at the point where the car park is, so there is already a fence there, but we thought we needed an additional condition just to make sure that we make the site safe. We have had some additional representations. We've had 8 additional representations which really repeat the issues that are already in the report about the proposed riverside footpath. We've also received a response from the Conservation Advisory Group, and they welcome the demolition of the building because they agree that it has a negative impact on the conservation area. And they also point out that proposals for the redevelopment of the site should demonstrate how access to the frontage onto the Porter Brook would be enhanced. We've received a representation on behalf of City Ward councillors Douglas Johnson, Martin Phipps and Ruth Mercereau, and the representation states that those councillors support the demolition of the building, but also support the requests of the Sheaf and Porter River Trust to open up a walkway next to the river to improve the attractiveness of the area and provide links between Sydney Street Pocket Park and Paternoster Row. So we've also had an additional representation from the Sheaf and Porter River Trust. Obviously they'd already commented, but we've had another representation in lieu of them not being able to speak at the committee meeting. And whilst they understand that the current application relates only to the principle of demolishing a building in the conservation area, they believe the application includes a plan with specifications for restoration. Those are the issues that I've just gone through, Chair, which is that the part of the site where the building would be covered in granular limestone. And I think their concern is that that would be used for vehicular parking, but we have clarified that that will not be used for parking. And they're obviously concerned that the vehicular access would be maintained. But as I've pointed out, that small area of parking is proposed to be retained in the interim because it services some existing businesses. Obviously, they're saying there's great public interest in the application because of the number of objections that have received. And they believe it's the only opportunity for the Trust and the public to comment on the significant public investment from the city region. But they do understand that there are time constraints for the planning application. And whilst they don't wish to stop the approval of the application, they wish to see an access route along the river provided, and they request that an advisory note is provided with the decision, requesting that the applicant consults with the Trust, the Environment Agency and other stakeholders such as Yorkshire Art Space about how the site restoration works can be detailed to deliver a simple, low-cost, level access route between the 2 existing riverside paths at Yorkshire Art Space and that at Matilda Street Pocket Park. They also think that stabilisation works of the riverside walls and a safety barrier would be required next to the river. I've already covered that point in the additional condition request. And they think that the budget should be sufficient to include these modifications. They acknowledge that the site is proposed for redevelopment, but they're concerned that it could sit empty for an extended time period, and they think that a through route would increase footfall and natural surveillance. And they say that the Trust is willing to work with the council to secure additional funding and advice. Chair, I think our response to that is that the directive that they're proposing isn't necessary, given that this application is for demolition only. And that a route adjacent to the river will be secured by the future redevelopment of the site. And we think in planning terms that is the right way to secure it, because at that point that's when the investment will be happening in the site. So we don't think it's appropriate to require that as part of a demolition application, given the significant investment that would require. And we don't think actually that a temporary path is all that feasible, because you would certainly have to get agreements from Persistence Works. There's a concrete wall to cut through to get onto that site as well. So there are significant difficulties with that. And we all have an aspiration to provide this footpath. There's absolutely no doubt about that. It's in the informal planning advice note. So we all recognise that ambition, and we want to achieve that. But anyway, despite that, if members were minded to add a directive, then we've suggested a slightly toned down wording, Chair, which I'll read out if you like. We've suggested that the local planning authority recommend that the applicant give consideration to the provision of a temporary footpath adjacent to the river, together with river restoration. The applicant is encouraged to actively engage with the city region, the Environment Agency, the Sheaf and Porter Rivers Trust and any other relevant stakeholders should a temporary solution be possible. Now, as officers, we're not saying that's necessary. That's just a suggestion in case members felt that they thought it was necessary, Chair. So I'll stop sharing the screen.
Lovely, thank you for being so thorough, Lucy. Okay, we have no speakers, so I'll go straight to questions. I can see Councillor Steinke. Yeah. Okay, Jim, would you like to go ahead with your question?
Yeah. Thanks, Chair. Just picking up the thanks, Lucy. That was very clear. Just I'll make a comment about the directive that you're suggesting adding, but just two questions before then. Firstly, is there anything in terms of the conditions around the Sheffield City Region grant, in terms of planning terms, that would actually kind of get in the way of the a temporary solution? Because I appreciate that about not, you know, it's going to be there. You know, it's definitely going to be the pass. But the concern I would have obviously is about the delay. So, is there anything in the city region terms and conditions itself, and also in terms of the city, the existing footpath at the back of persistent works? Is that kind of continue? I'm still unclear whether that will continue to be there as part of the scheme itself, or whether there will be a new footpath leading into that. I'm slightly just.
Chair, thank you. I'm not involved with the grant funding, but I understand it from my colleagues in property services that is available to be spent specifically for the demolition works of the building, and that's by the end of March. So that's why we're saying that, you know, we can't. That this proposal is not to construct a footpath. So we don't think that should be included in this proposal. And I'm not involved in the grant aiding, but I am aware that the demolition money needs to be spent by the end of March. So there is urgency to that. In terms of the existing footpath network, which is the Porterbrook path, which goes through the existing Little Pocket Park. And then obviously there's a gap where this building is, and then you can access behind the art space, the Yorkshire Art Space Persistence Works, from Sydney Street. None of those footpaths at the moment are adopted highways. So that again causes us a difficulty, and it will require negotiation at the time that a planning application comes in for redevelopment. You know, there are possible legal agreements and so on that would be needed to secure the full linkage through to both sites, because I understand that Persistence Works close theirs off at night. Yes, the long-term ambition is to join them together. That is the long-term ambition, but we want to do that as part of a redevelopment scheme. That's quite clear to us.
Okay, is that okay, Jim? I know it's difficult. We know it's difficult, but it's, you know, it's not what the planning application's about, but it's really important. And like Lucy said, that there is keeping that footpath open is definitely an ambition. You know, completely. Councillor Diane Hurst.
Thank you, Chair. Really, it's following on from what Jim said, because given that there's an ambition to join the footpath up, and given that at the moment it follows a slightly crazy route with a blockage, an obstacle in the middle, and we're removing one part of that obstacle, i.e. the building. Would there be any harm in putting that the clause in the wording that you suggested, because it would very much put a marker down that you know, the city would like to achieve the continuation of that footpath, and not to prevent the demolition of the building, but to explore, to put a marker down and to explore the temporary possibilities once the building's down.
Yeah, there's certainly no harm in that at all. Whether it's achievable is obviously another question, but there's no harm in putting an informative on whatsoever. Obviously, as I've said, the long-term ambition is realised in the informal planning advice note, which is going out with the marketing particulars should members approve this. So that is the long-term ambition that is in the planning advice note. So that will be a future requirement. But there's no harm in putting an informative on, no.
Okay, is that okay, Diane? Go on.
It is. Given Lucy's response, I wondered what the meeting would think about just basically adopting that advisory.
If you want to propose, you know, you could propose that.
I would propose that, yes.
I'll second that, Chair, because Sheffield's been long known for many years to have this footpath at the side of the rivers in Sheffield, and we've been doing it for decades. So, yeah, let's just clarify it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll probably need to go further down. You know, need to go to legal now. Victoria.
Hi. Yeah, if you want to include that directive as members, we'll need to vote on that and then go to the full vote.
Yeah, that's what I was just, yeah. So, but we can finish off the questioning and everything first to there. I'm just getting the procedures right to make sure we do everything right. Thank you. Any more questions? Any comments? Okay, so we're going to vote first on the to add an informative. Is that what we call it? Is that what you called it, Lucy? I've forgotten.
It is, Chair, yes, an informative, yeah.
An informative. Oh, crikey. Every single committee I learn something new. To an informative, okay, which will be a advice to maintain the footpath and if possible to undo the blockage during the demolition before it's open. And it's going to plan finish. Is that basically, which we can come up with the fine wording properly that's done in planning speak and not in Jane speak. Okay, Lucy, you gave some earlier, didn't you? Do you want to read that out again and I'll...
Yeah, it's on the supplementary report, Chair. Just let me get that.
Okay, sorry, I don't want to get rid of my screen.
That's fine. The wording I suggested was the local planning authority recommends that the applicant give consideration to the provision of a temporary footpath adjacent to the river, together with river restoration. The applicant is encouraged to actively engage with the City Region, the Environment Agency, the Sheaf and Forte Rivers Trust and any other relevant stakeholders should a temporary solution be possible.
Fine. So we'll take the vote on that first. Okay. All those in favour, Councillor Price.
Forte.
Councillor Davidson.
For Chair.
Councillor Sangar.
For Chair.
Councillor Garbett.
For Chair.
Councillor Weatherall.
For Chair.
Councillor Diane Hurst.
For Chair.
Councillor Bob McCann.
For Chair.
Councillor Clarkson.
For Chair.
Councillor Steinke.
For Chair.
Councillor Naz and Councillor Chaplin.
For Chair.
Thank you. We'll now vote on the substantive, which is to grant conditionally. Councillor Price.
For.
Councillor Davidson. Can't hear you, Roger, sorry.
Sorry, for Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Sangar.
For Chair.
Councillor Garbett.
For Chair.
Councillor Weatherall.
For Chair.
Councillor Hurst.
For Chair.
Councillor McCann.
For Chair.
Councillor Clarkson.
For Chair.
Councillor Steinke. Councillor Steinke.
For Chair.
Yeah, sorry. Councillor Naz.
For Chair.
And Councillor Chaplin. So that's 11 again.
For Chair.
Lovely. Sorry. Oh, I did it before you spoke then. So keep calling Councillor Hurst Diane Hurst because we have two Councillor Hurst.
Sunday best naming. You don't need to do it today, Chair, because
I know I
isn't
don't, but
subbing.
it's kind of shows where I am. But yeah, right then. So the final application on today, okay, item 7F, which is 20/03479/FUL, formerly PP 08909-137, full planning application. Change of use with associated external alterations from student accommodation sui generis to an overflow initial accommodation hostel for those seeking asylum sui generis. The location, Regency House, 75 to 77, St Mary Road, Sheffield S2 4AN, and the officer is Lucy.
Chair, Councillor Steinke wants to raise something first, I think.
Yeah, oh gosh, so sorry. Yeah, that's my fault completely. Yeah, Councillor Steinke, I think you're going to remove yourself from the here, aren't you?
No problem. I just need to, I think, abstain for this. I've already made public comments on this in my previous cabinet role about in opposition to it for non-planning reasons, similar It's what the
Yeah.
Green Party have
I
suggested.
think it's best if we remove you from the meeting. And since this is a last item, Councillor Steinke, you can kind of stay and come back in, or you know, you may wish to leave. It's up to you. This is
I'll absent myself. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Lucy, for
Thank you.
reminding me.
Thank
you for your support today, Councillor Steinke. First Planning Committee as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Chair, I'll just share the screen. So, Chair, this is an application to convert a vacant student accommodation block to an overflow initial accommodation hostel for those seeking asylum. The applicant has a contract with the Home Office to deliver asylum services, and this site would provide an overflow facility linked to a larger facility that is in Wakefield. Residents would stay here for around 4 to 6 weeks whilst asylum applications are being considered. There would be space to house 105 residents, and there would be communal rooms on the ground floor. I'm just showing the slide there. That's where the communal rooms would be, on the ground floor. And then there would be a small amount of courtyard space. There would be a teaching room, meeting rooms, offices and laundry facilities also on that ground floor, as well as some accessible bedrooms. And then there's just a typical floor layout as you go up the building. The site would be staffed 24 hours a day, and there would be a resident welfare manager. In land use policy terms, Chair, this is a good location for a hostel facility because of its proximity to a range of facilities and services. It is essentially swapping one type of residential use for another, and it is not planning's role to determine how best to meet the needs of recently arrived asylum seekers. I think that, Chair, is clearly a matter for the Home Office. So that's why we've recommended approval. As I say, Chair, there are very few slides because really it's the site location and the front and rear of the building. Obviously, it's quite an attractive building onto the main road frontage. The rear is not quite so attractive. And there are a few minor external alterations, but nothing that would affect the conservation area, Chair. And I think I can leave it there, Chair.
Thank you very much. We have 2 speakers on the application, both speaking in support. If we could bring Harry Sporton in first, please. Thank you, Jay. Thank you. You're a bit dark at the moment, Harry. Put your electric on. It's okay. 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 Welcome to, that's better. Welcome to committee. Okay. Thank you for the wait. You have 5 minutes. I will warn you 15 seconds before the end. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, and thank you all for the opportunity to address the Planning Committee today. My name's Harry Sporton, and I'm a planning partner at Gerald Eve. I'm the planning advisor to the joint applicants, Mears, who are the Home Office appointed service provider, and Hencap Housing Properties Limited, who are the building owner. I'll only briefly touch on some key planning matters before handing over to Kieran O'Shea from Mears, who will provide further detail on the facility's operation. To start, I'd like to say that we fully support the recommendation of your officers to approve this planning application. The site is currently vacant, and this proposal will deliver an appropriate use to support a vulnerable group of society. Throughout the process, we have undertaken extensive engagement with not only the Council's planning officers, but have undertaken a range of stakeholder briefing sessions and wider public consultation. The proposal before you this afternoon reflects this process. Your officer's report deals with the planning issues of the scheme thoroughly, so I'll only briefly reiterate the key planning issues. In land use terms, your officer has correctly identified this is an appropriate use in planning policy terms. The site is in a highly accessible location where there are a range of facilities and services within walking distance of the site, which is ideal for a facility such as this. And finally, in terms of security and amenity, there are a range of measures proposed to be in place for the benefit of the service users, but also surrounding neighbours. This includes 24-hour, 7-day-a-week security, CCTV, and a detailed management and operations statement. The police have been fully consulted and have no objection to this proposal. Thank you for your time, and I will now hand over to Kieran to comment on the detail of the site's operation further.
Are you sharing a computer?
No, I think he's on.
It's okay, then we'll remove you and I'll bring him in, but thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, if Harry could leave the meeting room and we could bring Kieran O'Shea in, please. Thank you. Welcome, Mr. O'Shea. Welcome to committee. Okay. You can unmute yourself if you will, please.
I shall indeed. Can you all hear me okay?
We certainly can. You have 5 minutes. I will remind you 15 seconds before, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the committee for the opportunity to speak. Just to confirm, as Harry already mentioned and your officer confirmed, Mears commenced working with the Home Office in 2019 as a provider of asylum accommodation and support services in Scotland, Northern Ireland and the North East Yorkshire and Humber regions. And it is the North East Yorkshire and Humber region where we are operational in Sheffield. Our primary responsibility to the Home Office and on that contract is the provision of suitable quality accommodation and support services for the service users for this particular contract. Now, the accommodation requirement is split into 2 distinct stages and subsequent property types. The first is initial accommodation. So that's a hostel type accommodation at the start of a asylum seeker's journey through the asylum seeker process. And that's where the forms are filled out and their needs are assessed. They then move after 4 to 6 weeks into dispersal accommodation, and that's a more standardized residential accommodation, either shared or self-contained, dispersed street properties across the region. Now, there is a general lack of property supply for both initial and dispersed accommodation, and this is a problem that's been exacerbated by the pandemic and the lockdown and the closure of the property market in March 2020. This has led to an over-reliance on use of hotels, inappropriate hotels, and one of the reasons why there is an urgent need for more initial accommodation. As your officer confirmed, we currently operate a primary initial accommodation facility in Wakefield. It's called Urban House, and that has a capacity of 330 service users. This facility has for some time now been at maximum capacity. When initial accommodation volumes are at maximum capacity, we are contractually obliged to provide overflow initial accommodation to the Home Office to accommodate service users. Now, overflow accommodation can be provided by hotels, HMOs, or dedicated facility. And it is Regency House that we see as being a dedicated quality facility for the provision of accommodation and services to the service users of those who are seeking asylum. Regency House in Sheffield will provide 73 rooms as part of our business as usual solution and part of our moving away from using hotels as initial accommodation. All service users will be routed from Wakefield into Regency House. Regency House will only accommodate individuals with no known health risks or where we have no concerns or additional vulnerabilities or complex needs. Those individuals and households families who are identified to have those needs will be retained in Wakefield. Regency House is ideal as it is self-contained accommodation units, each unit equipped with cooking and dining facilities. And it was up to very recently in operational use as a student accommodation block, so it fully complies with Sheffield City Council's HMO standards. Some of the improvements that we're making to the building, we're adapting the building's functionality to provide additional communal spaces for the service users, both single occupants and families, including for the first time fully accessible units. Communal spaces are being created, including dedicated sitting rooms for female only, family only, and mixed gender dedicated spaces. Regent House will include classroom facilities for organised activities and will include a secure outside courtyard space being developed within the building itself. And as Harry mentioned, the site is well located for residents of the scheme to be able to walk to services and shops and public spaces, which is essential for proposed use. And finally, we have had a long engagement with Sheffield City Council and with the local police, and we've incorporated both feedback from the council and from the police into our operational model and the final design of the building. Some of these changes include the relocation of the main entrance from the front on the busy dual carriageway to the rear, the quieter side of the building. We've agreed to 24/7 SIA accredited, that's the security accreditation, security staff, and have CCTV on site. The building will not have any signage, it won't be branded, it won't be identified, and we won't be promoting its use as asylum seeker accommodation. And also we on the advice of the police installing safety traffic bollards to the front entrance of the building to protect against any potential vehicular collision. Our operational model, we feel, is compliant not only with Home Office standards, but has taken on board the requirements of the council, both from a service user safety and a building safety perspective. And as when we operate and go live with the scheme, we will continue to engage with both the City Council, the police, and other third sector organisations as key stakeholders to delivery of this scheme. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. Okay, Lucy, have you anything to add in response?
Chair, no, I don't think I need to add anything. Thank you.
Okay, I'll open this up to questions. Okay, I can just remind committee to keep your questions to the planning matters. I know that's difficult when we get emotive things coming, but we're here to debate the consider the planning application. Okay, open to questions. You're all very quiet, Councillor Sangar.
Well, I mean, it's trying to keep on topic. So just in terms of page 157. So clearly, this was this has always been student accommodation for single persons, and you're talking about 21 family rooms. And I mean, what's the size of those family rooms? In what way are they not single person student rooms?
Lucy.
Well, actually, some of the family rooms are new rooms on the ground floor. So some of those are larger rooms on the ground floor. I can share a screen. Some of them are larger rooms up the building as well. I'll just, rather than the presentation, I'll just share this. These plans are easier to read, I think, for you. So you can see the size of the rooms more easily on that screen, I think. So some of these are quite a lot bigger on the ground floor that weren't there as part of the student accommodation. But there are also some bigger rooms on each of the floors as you go up the floors in various locations. So there are some bigger rooms which were possibly used as communal rooms in the student when it was a student accommodation. So there are some larger rooms as you go up the floor. But I think the difficulty that you've got, Chair, is that we don't actually have any space standards in the local plan, but obviously, as the applicant said, it does meet the housing and multiple occupation standards. So I think that's not really something that we could comment on. And I think really the Home Office does have a responsibility for the welfare of the residents. So I think that's why we've said really it's more for them than it is for the planning service to dictate those standards in this particular case, because it's a very particular type of accommodation, obviously.
Thanks, Chair. And does that go in terms of also the time scale? I mean, we're talking about them being there for 4 or 5 weeks. I mean, that's something we can't continue. That's not a planning matter, is it? So, I mean, that's just about the relationship between the organisation and the Home Office.
Yeah, that's just 4 to 6 weeks. That's the, whilst people are filling in their applications for asylum and getting support. So it's limited accommodation before moving to another type of accommodation. But again, that's not a planning consideration. Really, it's the land use that you are considering as part of this planning application.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Hurst.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know whether this is a planning consideration. I guess it's not. It's a management consideration. it's a charming frontage of the building, and it's really nice to see it brought back into use. But I do have concerns about families being located in there because there isn't a lot of external space. There's nowhere for children to play. So I don't know if whether that's a.
I mean, as an ex-cabinet member for that portfolio, it's within the contract, do you know, and I know exactly where you're coming from, do you know, on that. But again, you know, it is the management of the contract. In a perfect world.
Could I just come in on that though? Because whilst on the site, there obviously is a small courtyard which is fully enclosed and safe and secure. Obviously there are facilities within walking distance. So there's Devonshire Green. There are some other play areas within the city centre up near Broome Hall. So there are a number of facilities that you could go and use in the city centre that are within walking distance, not too far away. But I take your point, but I think, you know, it's temporary accommodation. I think that's what we have to remember. It's emergency temporary accommodation for 4 to 6 weeks.
Councillor Davidson, are you here twice? One of you's more than enough. He's not muted and he's here twice. He's determined to get himself on YouTube, isn't he?
It's gone dead. The other one's gone dead. I've had to switch over.
That's fine. It's okay. No worries at all. That's okay. Have you heard the full debate?
I have, yes.
Lovely. Okay, then. Okay, Councillor Naz. Is it a question, Councillor Naz?
I'm not sure if I need to declare an interest, Chair. I wonder if somebody can advise me.
Sorry?
I'm not sure if I need to declare an interest.
Go ahead.
So I'm a member of South Yorkshire Migration and Asylum Action Group, SIMAG, and I've been involved and we've campaigned against Urban House.
So
that's another.
The question would be is if you've come to this with an open mind, but if you feel that you can't, then it's perhaps best that you abstain yourself. I will just get that confirmed by Victoria.
Yes, certainly, Chair, that would be the case. It's whether you've come to, with an open mind, and obviously you refer to being part of a group which has campaigned against it, but whether you personally have actually provided any opinions to other people such that somebody may perceive that you haven't come with an open mind, even if you have in fact come today with an open mind.
Would you prefer to go on?
Actual accommodation, but the one in Wakefield. So I've not made any comment or been involved in the one that we're looking at today.
So you've not you haven't got a predetermined, no. If you've not come predetermined and you feel you can judge this in an open mind, then I think we feel that that is absolutely fine. Yeah, okay, that's okay. Have we any more questions planning related? If this wasn't, no. Okay, any comments? No comments. Oh, comment by Councillor Garbett and Councillor Price. I saw Councillor the two Peters, but I saw Councillor Garbett first. Go ahead, Councillor Garbett.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I am concerned by the size of the rooms and by the lack of open space. Nevertheless, I will be voting in favour of this application.
Thank you. Councillor Price.
Yes, Chair, I can see no planning reason for turning this down, Chair, plus the fact I fully support what we're trying to do, so I'm going to vote in favour, Chair.
Okay, any more comments? Councillor Hurst.
Yes, Chair, thank you. A hotel versus an inappropriate hotel versus accommodation where residents are secure and have facilities for them on site. Even though I have concerns about the lack of open, as Councillor Sango did about the size of the rooms and about the lack of open play, I think it's preferable to having families in inappropriate hotels. So therefore, I will be supporting the application.
Any more comments? Okay, well, we'll go to the officer recommendation is to grant conditionally. Councillor Price.
Favour, Chair.
Councillor Davidson.
In favour, Chair.
Councillor Sangar.
For the officer's recommendation.
Councillor Garbett.
For, Chair.
Councillor Hurst.
For, Chair.
Councillor McCann.
For, Chair.
Councillor Clarkson. You muted, Jack.
Abstain.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Naz.
For, Chair.
And Councillor Chaplin.
For, Chair.
Okay, and that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 9 supporting the officer recommendation and 1 abstention. Is that correct, Abby? Thank you, committee. It's very difficult when we get things that are quite emotive to do. Yeah, but thank you. Right, item number 8 on the agenda are appeals. I don't know who's handling this.
Yeah,
Is it you, Lucy?
I don't think there's anything of particular note for learning lessons on those particular ones. They're both delegated decisions, so I don't think there's any learning points from. So just a note.
Thank you. Okay. Item 9, we need Dinah. There's a correction and an apology.
Chair, I think I was going to do this to save Dinah having to be brought back in again. So is that okay with you?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, Chair. So this is to a report correction and an apology. So planning application reference 19/01970/OUT, which was the Wigan Farm application at 30 Towngate Road, was considered by the Planning and Highways Committee on the 8th of December. I'm sure you'll all remember it, last year. And within the report, the following comment was incorrectly attributed to Councillor Vicky Priestley instead of a member of the public. The comment was that houses were levelled on the Parson Cross estate. Why not rebuild the affordable housing there instead of on our green space? So, Chair, whilst the comment had no material bearing on the outcome of the application, officers wish to formally extend their apologies to Councillor Priestley for any upset that has caused. So if the committee could just note that, Chair, thank you.
Yeah, and thank you very much. Yeah, committee, you do support. Thank you. Yeah, it's important when there's a mistake that it's rectified publicly when it's made public. Yeah, right. So the date of the next committee will be held on Tuesday, the 16th of March. Look forward to seeing you all then. The day before, maybe life returns that little step towards normality. Thank you all today. For all your hard work and for being so attentive. Thank you very much. Take care, everyone, and keep safe. And if there's football on, go enjoy it.
Tomorrow.
So no,
Don't enjoy them these days. We have to suffer